Hi, kids. It's Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic, and welcome to my show, which is your show more than my show. And all I'm wearing today is this scarf. No, just kidding. I have a bathing suit on. I hope you had a great week. As you know, we like to start the show off, and by we, I mean me, or maybe you, with a kind of psychic weather forecast for the next week. I'm going to be pulling 3 cards, which I've never seen before. I mean, I've seen the cards before, obviously, but I'm going to close my eyes, pull some cards, and let's see what the sort of psychic weather is for all of us for the week coming up. Ready? Okay, close your eyes. You can open them now. Okay, send me money. Okay, go. Let's see. Oh, that's interesting. This is called the Two of Wands. Let's see if I can hold this up right. Hi. Okay. The Two of Wands it's a time when you're just beginning something and you're not quite sure if it's the right thing to do. You're sort of waiting for that like faith and sureness thing to hit you. But if you'll notice, this guy not only has a funny hat on, because essentially the tarot is all about funny hats. He's dressed like sort of Christopher Columbus, which is supposed to mean that he symbolizes an explorer. And what he's done is sent his ships out in the harbor that you see in front of him. And he's looking at the globe to remind him that the world isn't flat, no matter what documentary he might be seeing. Not flat, world not flat. Newsflash. And that the ships are going to come back around with successful, well, ships don't have harvests, but they'll be laden with gold. So if you've started something recently and you're in that moment of like, I don't know, maybe this whole trained hamster circus thing wasn't the best idea. Hang in there. The world is waiting for a trained hamster circus, which I can't even say, and you're going to be fine. So if you just started something recently, even if it's romantic, I don't want to know about the hamsters. But hang in there. In the next couple of weeks, you'll get what you need in terms of validation and support. And Purina gerbil chow. Okay, hamsters. The next card is, it's funny. We've gotten this card a lot recently. Pretty sure I only have one of them. The strength card is when somebody has been wrestling with a long-standing problem, and you'll see the woman is either petting this lion or wrestling with him. I'm going to go with petting because the lion is a problem that she has just finally learned to resolve and live with. And it hasn't bitten her hand off. That's always a good sign. The lion what this means is any long-standing situation that you've been working on is going to resolve itself, and you're just going to be freed up. All the energy you've been putting in that situation is going to get freed up for you to use for something interesting, like snooker. I don't know. What's the last card? And then we're going to get to Jody from Ellawong in New South Wales. I used to live in New South Wales. It's in Australia. It's great. Handsome boys. Oh, this is great. This is a card. Now, different readers have different meanings for cards, but if you read for a long time, you'll notice that some cards just kind of turn out to mean a certain thing. I have one card that means somebody will be traveling to either London, Florida, or California. Always works. No idea why that works. This card is, this card is about forethought. This guy has just snuck into the enemy camp. There's going to be a big bloody battle tomorrow. But what he did was he snuck into the camp the night before, he stole all of their swords, and there's not going to be a big bloody battle tomorrow. Nobody's going to get killed. And P.S., got a lot of nice new swords. So this is how, forethought and planning and sword stealing are really something you should be thinking about this week. Maybe not the swords, but try to sort of think a situation through to its conclusion. I've never done it, but if you do it and it works, let me know. Anyway, so that's the psychic weather. Let's see if there's one last one. No, that's it. Okay. Hi, we've got Jody. How are you?
Hi, good, thanks.
Cool.
Hello?
That's all. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can indeed. Where's Ella? Is that near like? So you're in the Sydney part of Australia, right?
About 2 hours out.
That's closer than it is from here. Anyway, welcome. And first, I'm going to ask you when your birthday is, because I'm nosy, and also that establishes a bond. So, what day is your birthday?
Yeah. The 1st of December, 86.
Oh, cool. Oh, we love Sagittarius around here. 86, let's see, 7. I was from 62. I think that means, yeah, you're born in the year of the tiger. It's enough to give anyone pause. Tiger women, especially Sagittarius tiger women are great. They're fearless. They have glamour and style and charisma and stripes. But the Chinese year of the tiger, it's an excellent year to be born in, and I'm not just saying that because I happen to be a tiger. So, darling, how can I help you?
What was that?
How can I help you this lovely, evening here? But
I just wanted to see, anything that I needed to know. Just relationship-wise, where my life's headed, looking at moving soon, so anything that you get.
Good. And I've started asking this because I have your permission to read for me, right? Just say yes.
Yep. Yes.
Okay. You know, I don't usually use the cards on the show after the beginning, but for some reason I'm going to use them for you. Interesting. Huh. Looks like you just walked away from something that looked good on paper, but it wasn't feeding your soul. That could be a relationship. I feel like your last relationship, you ended it, and rightfully so, because you'd outgrown it. I hope he or she isn't watching, but this is interesting. The moon card upside down to me says that all of us, me included, your mother's still here, right? And you guys are kind of close?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Do you have a tendency to say, oh, I'd like to do this, and then she'll say, like, well, darling, I don't know if that's... Does she... I think she's very protective of you, and sometimes she doesn't mean to, but it seems like she can squish your dreams a little. That's not her intention.
Yeah.
But so you're coming to a time when listen to her advice about everything else. She actually gives pretty good boy advice, or girl, or llama, or whatever you're into. But because she wants to keep you close and safe, she is sometimes not going to be encouraging for anything that makes you like independent or move farther away. Mm-hmm. So this is a time when you really want to think about what you want, and rather than what will make her happy. Because listen, she's lucky to have your daughter. And she really is. You're a good daughter.
Thanks.
You are. Your obstacle card is the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups, when I say obstacle, it's the obstacle that's actually the transformation. Let me explain. This means that you've kind of, although you're just a wee baby, you're very young, there's a part of you that's kind of gotten a little disillusioned with the idea of like perfect love, perfect romance, or even like, can I say men, women, what do you, llamas, what do you prefer? We'll say
men.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
Yeah.
So you've gotten a little disillusioned, and who can blame you? And I think sometimes you feel like you overpower guys a little, and you don't.
Yeah.
But you have a big personality. You're not shy about how smart you are. Yes, we love that. This is a very strange moment in our culture worldwide for men and women. No one knows what the hell is going on or what to do. So a lot of times what guys do is they say, wow, I really like her. She's strong. She's smart. She's beautiful. I think I'll just move to Finland and change my name. It's like, wow, what are you thinking? So don't give up on this ideal. Your guy is coming towards you, and I don't think he's what you expect. I mean, I've got a guy right over there who I didn't expect, who came along when I was about 1 million years old. 1 million years old, after a marriage and 5 engagements and stuff. But, you know, it's usually the moment that you're like, I can't even remember being in love. I don't remember what that feels like. I'm fine with my life. You know, I don't even want to be in love. And the next thing you know, you're lying face down on the metaphoric pavement with tire tracks on your back and a big truck saying love that's just run you over. So
I am with somebody at the moment.
Are you?
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay, then I was wrong. But how long is? You know, if I was God, trust me, I'd have better shoes. So, has this been going on about 2 years? Just say yes. I'll pay you. Okay, that's okay. A bit longer.
Like 9.
All right. You know what? Sometimes, doesn't happen very often, but sometimes I'm wrong. Not very often, though. But it takes a big woman to admit it. And I'm big. That's funny. What I will say, and this is not just covering my ass, it's going to sound like it, but it's not. Sometimes when people have been in a relationship for a really long time, since there's no friction or drama really showing up, it can show up as no relationship. That's my story, Judge. I'm sticking with it. In that case, the Knight of Cups, I'm going to say maybe a little of the romance has gone out of.
Yeah.
So there are 2 things you can do. You can change your name and move to Finland. No, sorry. You're not a guy. Or you can't. Sometimes I find that if I give what I most want to receive, that it kind of works. So if you want some romance or you want, you know, a little hot monkey love, try maybe initiating that yourself. Go out and buy some, I don't know, garters, suspenders, high heels for you. I mean, if he's into that, that's fine too. But, and, you know, do a little dance. Take it out of the everyday, because you're de facto, right? Right?
Yeah.
Chekhov once said, love is an ideal thing. Marriage, or de facto, is a real thing, and no confusion of the real with the ideal ever goes unpunished. So bring a little, I don't know what that meant, but it sounded really smart. And I'm blonde, so I can use all the points I can get. But back to you. I actually do think you'll stick around. And embarrassingly enough, I think the guy I'm seeing for you is actually this guy, because I like him. Yeah. He's solid. He's smart. He likes your sassiness. He loves your sassiness. So take the war into the bedroom. Not literally. You know, no small arms or anything, but surprise him with something, and I think he will respond. I do see you guys moving. Sorry, my spirit guys just got back from their cigarette break, which explains a lot. Thanks, guys. Nice to see you back. I think you'll probably move in I actually think you'll move in September or October. I don't. Where is it? It also looks like, it might be to this north and about 40 miles to the north. My spirit guide's definitely back from their cigarette break. The other thing is, and this is the last thing I'll say because we've got somebody else coming up, but I like you. I'm glad you called. Do you paint? I'm almost terrified to ask. Do you paint or draw or have a really good sense of color or something like that? Because I feel like
No.
could you start?
No.
Do a sister a favor. You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here anyway and say there's some sort of side hustle that you can do that's creative, and you might not recognize your creativity. My creativity is like Pinterest, right? So, but you do have, throw me a bone. Do you like looking at magazines or watching HGTV or something like that in it? Because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like you're good at like making interiors pretty or knowing how to hang pictures in that way. Okay. You do makeup?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Arty. Painting faces.
Yes. Yes.
There you go.
Color. Yeah. Otherwise, I was going to 24 hours. I was going to show up on your doorstep, being like, "Hey, bitch." So there is a side. There is a side hustle involving so I was getting colors. I could just be an acid flashback. And I'm going to wind up here because I want to get to Kelly, who is also in Australia. There's a good side hustle there. When you move 40 miles to the north, which you're going to in September or October, call me back so I'll know I was right. And let me know how you are. You're really good. And do the stuff I suggested with the heels and the lingerie and the garter belt. Guys are I love men. They're autistic women. They're very easy to manipulate. That sounded wrong. Forget I said that. Okay. All right, sweetie. Thank you for calling in.
All right.
Love and love. All right. Take care.
Thank you.
And now my pleasure. Thank you. Now we have Kelly in Adelaide. Hi.
Hello.
Hey, Kelly. It's me, Perry. How are you?
How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. Nice to hear from you.
That's good.
All right. So,
Sorry?
I was just going to ask you, I like to start off with people telling me what their birthday is because it's a bond. It's a way of getting to know. So what day's your birthday, sugar?
Mine's April Fool's Day, the 1st of April.
Oh, we're getting a lot of firsts today. Oh, Aries. I love Aries. I don't like to date Aries, but I love Aries. Aries women are great. All I'm saying. Okay. And do you have a specific question, or would you like me to do sort of an all-over juju for you?
Yeah, just all over if you could. That'd be great. Thank you.
Cool. Okay. Are you very organized or very straightforward?
I am, yes. Yes.
Good. Good. Can I borrow a cup of that? Could you come over and do my filing? You have a lot of leadership. I mean, a lot of leadership potential. And it's not bossiness. So don't listen. Don't listen to anybody who says that. People call men leaders. People call women bossy. But you have a real gift for, geez, I don't even know if you know how talented you are at this. It's not just organization. It's finding, it's like, you know how like Gordon Ramsay will come into a restaurant and he'll be like, okay, fire that whole staff, get rid of that stuff over there. He just cuts to the heart of the situation and cuts out all the dead wood. You do that. Yep. Oh, I wish you lived closer. I could really use you. So I want you to start making more money doing that. That's what I want. Um,
That would be nice.
yeah, it would. Are you working in an office to do with like taking care of people?
No, I have my own business, but it's not in an office, no.
Is it taking care of people?
No, I've got a cleaning business.
We could stretch it. But yeah. Sorry, usually I'm totally accurate, but my spirit guides are like, what, man? We're busy. Okay. First of all, I mean, you're doing pretty well. It seems to me like you've either got a staff of 5, or you could branch out if you people to train people, because you spend a little too much time in that job doing stuff that other people could do. What you could do is take that you could take that national. Just you need probably a slightly catchier gimmick or name, or maybe you have one and that's what I'm getting. But you could take this. You could take this farther if you're interested. The other thing I'd suggest, this is really odd, but you're an Aries, so take me up on it. I dare you. Is you're very authoritative. People really listen to you. And if they don't, they regret it. If you wanted to do like a YouTube channel on like cleaning tips, but make it funny, because I think you're also really funny. Or you could do like the drunk cleaner. Not that you drink, that's not what I meant, but some sort of gimmick. But I don't know. I want more people to get to know you. And I think that could be a really good ad for your business, and B, a really good outlet for, you got a big personality and you're charismatic. I don't know. Think about it. If you do it, let me know. Okay. It's Perry Lyons pointing. I know you're like, this broad's crazy, but you know what? I'm not. So,
that's right. I'm a bit as well.
There's something else that you want to do, but you feel a little tied down to the cleaning thing. So that's what I would do, is organize it. You could do this in an hour and a half. It would take me 10 years, but for you, hour and a half. All the stuff that you can train people to do for you. Do that, delegate, become more of a boss CEO, and then pursue this other dream that you're thinking about. You're young. You have plenty of time. And you've got a lot of changes coming up in about a year and a half or 2 years, to start getting ready now. We've got 2 minutes. So do you want to know about love life? Do you want to know, I don't know, what else can I tell you?
Definitely, love life.
I'm just going to ask now because of before. Are you with somebody right now? I'm not getting that. Yeah. You are? Then I don't think that's yeah, you are, but I'm not sure that's the person you want to be with. I think I remember this year and a half, 2 years. I've got 60 seconds, so I'm going to talk really fast. That's another big change coming up for you. Stay in this as long as you want, but I think you've outgrown it. I think you know that. And you've got a lot of good physical changes, not that you need them, coming up too. So start getting into action, which is what Aries are great at. I think you already have your eye on somebody else, but and here's the last thing I'm going to tell you. Nobody is out of your league. I think either there's somebody you have your eye on or will have your eye on, and you're like, well, yeah, but I could never get him because I'm this or I'm that. Screw that. You, honey, you can have anybody except my boyfriend. Hands off. But really, seriously, you are a manifester par excellence. I want you to call back in 6 months and tell me you're a millionaire, because you can do that. And say hi to your family.
Okay, that'd be great.
All right, call back. I want to know how you're doing. Neat. I mean, literally.
Okay, great.
All right. All right. Think about the YouTube channel. All right. Call back next week. All right.
All right, I will do.
Thank you. It's Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic. Thanks so much for being here. I'll see you next week, and I really will. And good things are going to happen. And I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. It's a beautiful autumn day here, a little bit crisp in the mornings, but that's the way we like it, I suppose, as we head towards winter, which is not my favourite time of the year. But anyway, let's keep the show moving along. So this week's Simply Tarot card of the week is the Ace of Swords. Now, a lot of people look at this card and go, oh, no, I don't think I like this one. And it can be a little bit of what seems to be a negative sort of card. Anytime we work with the swords cards in the tarot deck, it is sort of asking us to look at something that may be from not so much a positive angle, but looking at whatever the frustrations are or the situations that we need to change in our lives. So the Ace of Swords is no different. It's the card of frustration. It can also be the card of the double-edged sword, because if you look closely at the sword, you can see one side we've got a lot of green foliage and on the other side we've got a lot less. So it's sort of like the double-edged sword. It could go either way. And it can be the card of hollow victory. Now, I know in all the years that I was teaching, my students would look at me and say, what does that mean, Amanda, a hollow victory? Well, to put it in very simple terms, sometimes when we work really hard and really diligently about bringing changes into our lives or achieving something, that when we actually achieve it, we think, oh, is that all? Oh, I thought I'd feel happier, or I thought I'd feel more excited, or I thought I'd feel more elated. And it's sort of like a little bit of a disappointment in a sense. It's like I didn't feel as I thought I would feel. So after we've done all that work and effort on the situation and bringing changes into our lives, then sometimes it sort of feels a little bit flat. So that's what a hollow victory means. So we're going to keep the show moving along. This week we're going to be talking about the sun in Taurus. Now, it's the Taurian time of the year, and I know a lot of people sort of say to me, well, that doesn't really affect me, I'm not a Taurus. Well, actually it does. As the sun progresses around the zodiac, it does affect each and every one of us, disregarding what our sun sign is. We all tune into the energy that is current, and at the moment it's the Taurus energy. Now, the Taurian energy is the second sign of the zodiac, but it's also asking us to sort of take a deep breath and exhale slowly and just slow down, allowing ourselves to feel the energy and sort of not to be in such a frantic pace as we were last month, in a hurry to get everything done and started and sort of running around without catching our breath. This time we're asked to sort of slow down marginally, catch our breath, look at the things that are important to us in our lives. Now, for some people, they sort of say to me, look, it's a time of the year, Amanda, where I try and reorganise my finances, look at where my financial situation hopefully is heading for the next 12 months. They review, insurance policies, utility bills, anything that's of a major importance connected to their finances and their financial direction for the future. Other people, it's a time when they make major decisions like purchasing a new car or a new home or something that's a major sort of purchase. And for others of us, it's just the time when we sort of reorganise our lives and look at what's important to us and release anything that's not. I know for me, the Taurian time of the year it associates with the cooler months here in Australia. And I sort of always look at it and I think, okay, it's time to sort of reorganise how I look at my life. It's a time to slow down, sort of take a little bit of a recap, look at my finances, look at my diet, look at how much I've achieved in this last 12 months. Is there anything that I need to change? Is there anything I need to let go of? Is it time to sort of revisit where my money's being spent. Is there ways that I can conserve money, spend less? I mean, we all want to do that. And then we've got more money to play with the things that we really do want to do. But it's also a time, I think, to be very aware of how your energy is feeling. And for a lot of us that, have such very busy lives or might work with people, it's a time to sort of really re-energize your aura. And there's a simple method of being able to do that, whether you have a bathtub or not. It's the time to get a good supply of Epsom salts. And if you have a bathtub, throw a handful or two in the bath with your favourite bubble bath or your bath bomb and just sort of relax in it and let, the Epsom salts or the magnesium soak into your skin, because that cleanses your aura and clears your thinking and re-energizes you. But for those of you that don't have a bathtub or don't want to use a bathtub, a bucket of water, a dish, a foot spa, anything will do the same job, and sort of put your feet in there while you're watching your favourite show or listening to a little bit of music. So that's sort of just my psychic tip for the week. So this week we're going to be talking about, we always feature an astrological sign each week where we pick a famous person, and we've been working with famous actors and actresses, and we're up to the final sign of Pisces. And this week I'm really excited to talk about Ron Howard. Now, for most of you that say, oh, that name sounds familiar, if I mention Richie Cunningham from Happy Days and the Fonz, the little red-headed guy that seemed to be always straight-laced and wanting to do the right thing and sort of trying to always bring Fonzie back into being, very conscientious and doing the right thing, and dear old Fonz would just snap his fingers and all these beautiful babes would run to his, no matter where he was, whether he was in his office or what he was doing. And poor Richie was sort of like the brother that sort of, everybody liked him, but nobody really wanted to date him. He was Fonz's best mate, but at the same time he was a little bit too straight-laced and sort of always thinking and trying to be a good boy and, going through his awkward teenage years with his sister who wanted to be a bit of a rebel. So, and he was also OP on the Andy Griffin Show, and I was going to mention that. I thought that might be showing my age a little bit, saying the Andy Griffin Show, but he was on the Andy Griffin Show and he was the son on that show. And Andy Griffith's show is one of my favourite shows even today. I still go back and watch Matlock on the DVD with Andy Griffith in it. I think he was amazing actor. I just loved anything that he was in. So for those of you that were big fans of Ron Howard, Ron Howard did go on to, and he still is today, one of the most amazing directors that we've ever seen in film. He seems to be able to bring a story to life, and that doesn't surprise me with him being a Pisces, because he has that wonderful creative flair where he's able to sort of visualise 3 or 4 ways that could be shot and directed on the end. About the brilliance, which is what we see when you see somebody that's a Pisces or has a lot of Pisces in them. They really, really are in their element, working with film and working with video, I suppose, as we work with today, but that very creative side of things. So, Richie Cunningham, we all grew up with you and we all still love you, and we're all still teenagers. So you brought us so many happy days. So we'll move on now. So this week we're going to be featuring what we've been talking about, which was we're talking in Taurus, doing our candle this week, which is the Taurian. So enable you to sort of bring about new opportunities into your life. It's about, if you want to your finances, if you want to sort of get stability in your life, if you want to realise how you are life and sort of slow marginally and find out the things that are important to you, the Taurus is for you. So at least 3 things on your list that you want to draw towards you, and 3 things that maybe you're ready to let go of or are now completed. With our extra large candles, you can see they have 2 wicks. I like to light one side one day and one side the next day. I know that that's important because we get a longer burn time, particularly now we're talking about Taurus. Taurus to say, so make a candle is better for the bank. For those who want to work with an extra large candle, we do have a small set I've made up this week with 3 Taurian candles. These candles for about 15 hours each. These are great to take into the office or take with you when you're travelling. Or it's the perfect gift box to buy and give somebody as a gift. Or buy a box with your 3 different choices, and then you've got 3 different little individual candles you can give away as a gift. So that's perfect for those people that are looking for something different, especially with Mother's Day coming up here in Australia. So for those of you that don't want to work with a flame of a candle, can I suggest a melt warmer? You take a couple of teaspoons of wax on the first day out and half a teaspoon per day. working in the same principle, writing your little list, popping it underneath your melt warmer. These are electric, so these are great because there is no flame. You can leave these safely going in the office or in the home while you're going about your day-to-day business. You haven't got the worry of a flame. And these are sort of very fastly becoming my favourites because I can have a couple of these going. I have one going in my office for protection, but I can have one in the main part of my house where I'm working with the energy of the week. And that way I don't have to babysit the candle. I can leave this going all day and the fragrance just goes through the candle. So that's really important. But before we take our first caller, I just want to have a little recap with you about what's happening in the universe. Now, look, I've had lots of questions last week in my inbox about, I hear that, the planet Jupiter expansion opportunity has got great or is stuck or isn't working anymore. Now, let's clarify this. The planet Jupiter is currently sitting in Sagittarius, woohoo, because I'm a Sag and I'm really looking forward to spending the rest of my time of this year with Jupiter in my sign, because it's a time that comes about every 12 years and it's a time of great opportunity and things that can change in your life as if, Lady Luck is smiling on you. And it's not necessarily saying every Sagittarian on the planet's going to win the lottery under this time frame, but it can be that you can bring to fruition or you can have new opportunities land in your lap. Now, it's not just affecting Sagittarians, it's affecting every single sign. So there's opportunities that we need to be looking out for. There's things that could happen very quickly, very fast, maybe different to what we imagined. And maybe we've got to set our sights a little bit higher or expand our horizons. Now, when a planet is seen to be going retrograde or backwards in the solar system, what it means is it's in a stationary position. It's not actually moving forward. And it looks to us here on Earth as if the planet is actually moving backwards. So what happens to the energy then of the planet is it doesn't come to a dead standstill and nothing happens. What it means is it's regathering its strength. So for the moment with Jupiter being retrograde up until about mid to late August from memory, it means that we're sort of going back, we're reanalyzing, we're reigniting the things that we maybe want to change in our lives or the new opportunities that could come to us. It's sort of like everything was going at a terrific speed forward and it's now like, let's stop, let's have a breather, let's almost bring in Korean energy and sort of consolidate everything together so that we can have new opportunities and going forward again. And this should be an opportunity one where we can see things are really starting to finally pay off. So let's hope that that sort of starts to improve the world. I'm sort of hoping that, with the changes and, with so much astrological energy, maybe we can start to bring some peace and opportunities into the world and, we can get governments to start to settle down and really listen to them instead of feathering their own nests for a change. I know here in Australia we've got an up-and-coming election in the next couple of weeks and quite frankly I'm sick of it. I think as just about everybody else is too. A lot of people are tuning out and really not paying attention to the politicians because they've peddled their wares a little bit too long. So if you're anywhere else in the world and you're facing election, you need but some old-fashioned honesty would go a long way with the voting public. Anyway, we're going to take our first call, which is Sonia in Denver, Colorado. Are you there, Sonia?
I'm here.
Hello, Sonia. How can I help you this evening? Do you have a question? Very well, thank you, darling. Do you have a question for me?
I do. There's a guy that I cannot get out of my head, my mind, my energy space,
Right.
and I just not sure if I'm just being obsessive, compulsive, or is this guy more significant than what I expect?
Okay. When somebody doesn't leave your mind like that and you're not deliberately getting out of your bed and particularly thinking about that person, you didn't get out of bed and say, right, I'm going to think about Fred today all day and I'm determined to do that. But when they keep coming into your head, it usually means the connection is not finished. So whatever the situation was, there's still some unfinished business there. Now, I would be more inclined to be looking at when he's coming into your mind randomly and you haven't got out of bed to deliberately think about him and you're going about your day and then all of a sudden in comes that wall of energy again and you're starting to think about him again. I would suggest to you that is he's thinking about you. So what you're doing is you're tuning into his energy. I feel he was the one that's still sort of looking what I would term as regretful over the fact that the situation has ended, and I feel he's sort of trying to work out a delicate way that maybe he could get in contact with you and maybe resolve this. I'm not sure that he necessarily wants to come back to you in a full-blown relationship, but I strongly feel that there's unfinished business there. So, no, you're not being OCD. You're not sort of wishful thinking. This is very real. I mean, when something haunts you like this and you try and push it away and you do your best to push it away, then you know that you're tapping into their energy. And it doesn't always mean it's the happily ever after that comes out of it. It's just sometimes as they're working through their processes of working through the situation and trying to come to terms with it, that you're just tuning into that energy. So unless he sort of reaches out and makes some sort of contact with you, my suggestion, Sonia, would be don't act upon this, because you don't want to be seen as being pushy or not letting go of the situation or being OCD, to use your words. You've got to let him be the one to reach out to you. If what I'm seeing is correct, that he's only just trying to work through this, he will in time then fade away and there'll be nothing more. You'll just realise then, oh, gee, it hasn't come into my mind for a week or 10 days, and you wonder why. Well, that'll be the reasons why. If the energy gets stronger, then be aware that he's on the way back to contact you. Yes, dear.
We work together, and I felt this connection, extreme connection, but he's in a relationship, so I wasn't sure if, I need to let this go, but it won't let go.
All right, well, it makes it more difficult when the two of you are working together and you know the fact that he's in a relationship. Just because he's in a relationship doesn't mean he doesn't feel a connection with you and is wondering in his mind where that could go and what he should do about it. But again, I want to see you be very professional in that sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't step over any sort of lines. Be mindful of the energy, because he is thinking of you. It's not a wishful thinking thing, and it's not just because you went to work and you've got this drop-dead gorgeous guy that works there that you think, oh, he's nice. I mean, you would normally be able to get your head around that and say, this is ridiculous. He's married or he's in a relationship. Forget it. He's a nice guy, but let's, keep focused here. And you're struggling to do that, and that's why I know it's coming from him. So, you've got to wait till he's the one that brings it up, or, says, let's grab a coffee, we need to talk, or whatever. And then I think you need to still be incredibly professional. And I think even if he was to sort of tell you of his undying love for you, I still need to be very cautious about that. He'd need to detangle himself and move out of the situation he's in before you'd move on. You know what I mean? Yeah, you've still got to follow those rules of decency, I think.
Right. Because I don't want to bring up or stir up any kind of karma that's going to come back.
Oh, of course not. No, but, we can't stop true love either. And that's sort of one of the difficult things that I think people struggle with. We can be seemingly, going through our lives with no complications, and then all of a sudden somebody like this crosses your path, and all of a sudden it derails what you had going on in your life, and you sort of think, well, I didn't plan this. I didn't get out of bed one day and say, great, I want to go and have an affair. But for some reason this has happened. Now, this is usually meant to be in our life path. How we conduct ourselves and how we behave in this depends how the karma is restructured for the future. Yes, I'm saying acknowledge the fact that the connection's there, but what I'm also suggesting is you don't act upon that until both of you would be free to be able to do so without creating any bad karma or difficult karma for the future. So I hope that's helpful, Sonia. Wonderful. Lovely to talk with you. We're going to go to Nicole in Citrus Heights in California. Are you there, Nicole?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Nicole. How can I help you tonight? Do you have a question for me?
Well, I've got lots of questions. I don't know. Do you do mediumship or?
I do, sweetie, but in this very limited time that we've got, it's not always a guaranteed thing. I'd rather work with a question you want answered if you can, sweetie.
Sure. Okay. My first question would be regarding my health and how that is going.
Okay. Health is one of these tricky questions. Around the world, by laws, we're not allowed to discuss health situations because we're not medical practitioners. What I can tell you is whatever you're doing, keep doing, because you seem to be on the right path. Energy and things like that seem to be starting to come back to you, and it's sort of like slowly but surely each day you're starting to feel a little bit more like your old self than what you have done. So whatever you're doing, continue it and just listen to your own body. If it's telling you you're tired, sit down. If it's telling you you can get up and go for a 3-mile hike, then do that too. You know what I mean? It's about listening to what your body's telling you at the moment. The other thing that they were sort of showing me when we were talking about health was, is there a question mark around your job at the moment? I just sort of feel as if there's a big decision around employment, money. Are you looking to change your job? Because that was sort of where they were leading me to, that sort of by making a change will also then flow on back towards the health, will actually make you feel better.
Yes, that actually makes a lot of sense. I'm just having I am having a little bit of thoughts about changing jobs, or it's getting a little bit harder on my body.
Yeah, but they were sort of showing me by making a change, to something else, or, to another company, that will make great inroads with your recovery of getting your body back to where it was. I mean, look, I'm not saying your body's at a dead standstill, but what I'm sort of seeing there is that things aren't quite the way that you want them to be. And even though we've had improvements in the last 12 months, you're getting impatient. You want more. And this is how they were showing me we could speed that process up by making a change of job, because I think the job that you're in is very stressful and it doesn't allow your body to relax after the day's work. It's sort of like I'm still sort of tense and in overdrive all the time. But we need to be able to relax. And, look, I mean, there's all different ways of relaxing. Everybody has a different method, but I think you need to learn to be able to stop. And I think that's the major thing. You've never been the sort of person that's allowed yourself to sit down and rest very often. You know what I mean? You're always looking, I've got to keep going, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, and you're constantly in that action mode instead of saying, okay, I can sit down for 10 minutes and I don't have to explain myself to anyone. I don't have to feel guilty about it. I'm just allowed.
Right.
And that's, I think, your biggest
problem.
Yeah, and I think that's your biggest problem. And I don't mean to sound condescending, but I think very action-orientated people sort of feel guilty if they're not constantly doing something. Do you know? It's like, well, I can't get where I need to go unless I'm busy all the time and sort of actively participating. But they fail to realise that having a rest is also a major part of this, because it allows everything to sort of, it allows your muscles to let go. It allows your body to recharge a little bit and all those sort of things. It's not actually a waste of time. It's actually you'll get better performance out of you by allowing yourself that time. So, I mean, look, I'm not a big fan of meditation because I'm one of those very active people like you, and I used to find it really difficult to sit still long enough and switch your mind off and do these things. And I intuitively started meditating in a sense in not sort of taking the actual time, but I'd make myself sit down for 10 minutes before I started work of a day, and I used to have a cup of coffee and a cigarette. I don't smoke anymore, and put some music on the turntable, and I would listen to 2 tracks. And that I used to jokingly say was my meditation, but it was just my way of allowing myself the luxury of sitting down, enjoying the moment before my busy day started. And it was interesting, many years later, I learned that is a form of meditation. And that was something I jokingly used to teach my students, that was my meditation, 10 minutes of, cigarette, cup of coffee and John Farnham on the turntable, and the day was all good to go. So sometimes I think we've got to find little methods like that work for us. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's what you need to do. And by doing that, Nicole, I think great inroads with your health. But I also want you to listen to what your body's telling you. If your body's telling you you need to eat tomatoes, then eat them. It doesn't always have to be, we have to be rigid. We have to listen to what it's telling us that we need. And sometimes that isn't, I'm not an advocate for sort of saying, well, if your body's telling you it's craving something sweet and salty, that you sit down and eat a big block of candy or chocolate and then follow it by a big bag of potato chips. But I think you can have a little bit of something to satisfy whatever that is. And usually when we get a craving, it's our body's way of telling us we're nutrient deficient in something. It's craving something. And usually when we crave something sweet, we're actually craving magnesium, strangely enough. So it's sort of like, the body doesn't tell us these things for no reason. We just have to listen. And once we do that and we get things back into a rhythm, I believe then we start to heal. And, most illnesses are something that's dis-ease in the body. It's usually got an emotional connection in some way. Whether we acknowledge it or not, we all have weaknesses, I suppose, in our physical DNA that we inherit as we come into this earth. There's family histories of things, whether it's heart disease or autoimmune diseases or toenails that turn black. Every family has something in their DNA. But if we can learn to minimise that by keeping ourselves as stress-free as possible, listening to our body, allowing our bodies to rest, then I think we can minimise those things. If you know that there's a serious pattern of heart disease in your family, then you research that and you do everything humanly possible to minimise that. So if you look at those sort of things, then I think we can have great health way into our old age because we've learned to listen to our. And stress is probably the biggest thing that we all tend to sort of, poo-hoo that a bit and think, oh, yeah, that's for other people, not me. But it is one of the biggest things I think that instigates illness in our body is that we're not relaxing ourselves enough. So I hope that's helped you, Nicole.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
What, sweetie?
I couldn't understand that very last part. I'm sorry.
I said, I hope that's helped you. I hope that's helped you, put all the pieces together with the changes that you need.
Oh, yes. That all makes a lot of sense. And do you see an actual job change for me?
I do see a change of job for you by about August. But before August or around August is when I see the job change for you. And then I think we sort of fly into the end of the year. As each day goes past, I feel that you're getting stronger and feeling better in yourself, Nicole.
Okay. And then do you have any messages for me at all from any of my loved ones, anything like that?
Nobody actually came forward. That doesn't mean that they're not there around you. Nobody sort of jumped in and said, hey, I want to share this with Nicole. So just know that they're always around you. And, sometimes they're just busy being themselves. They don't always want to poke their nose into our day-to-day lives here on Earth either. Anyway, Nicole, that's where we've got to wrap it up. We're coming to the end of the show. So next week we'll be sort of talking and having our little trip around the universe, our Simply Tarot card of the week. And, of course, we'll be featuring our candle of the week. For those of you that want to know more about how the sun in Taurus will affect you, head over to Facebook to my Amanda Hall page. I'll be doing a mini workshop there directly after the end of this broadcast. For those of you that like to qualify for a free astrology chart, head to my website, www.amandahallpsychic.com.au. And until next week, why don't you shine like a star? The little star that I'm featuring this morning on my necklace is actually the David Cassidy star. And the money that you spend buying an earring set and the necklace set actually goes to helping children enjoy music in their lives. So it's absolutely a wonderful cause. And, of course, David Cassidy was an amazing singer and I miss him every single day, but I always have him on the turntable too. So until next week, bye for now.
Psychic Me and Misty. I'm right here live in Texas, Norwell, Texas. Welcome to my show. This is my first show, so I'm really thrilled to be here, really excited. And I mainly connect to deceased loved ones, animals, even loved ones. I also do a lot of sound wave healing. I do a lot of chakra healing. I help people tap into their aura and discover what's keeping them down and help them release energy that doesn't need to be with them no more. I do a lot of angel messages. I get angel messages every week for everybody. So the message for this week was your life will be happy and peaceful. And that's from your angels. Okay, they want us to have a happy life and they want us to have it peaceful, right? And not always does that happen here on Earth. So this is a very important message for the ones that are feeling really sad and depressed and are struggling with finding that peace. Your angels want you to know that you will be peaceful. You will have a happy life. And I also do a lot of work with tarot cards. This one's The Universe Has My Back, and I want to pull a card for everyone for coming to my channel and being here. And the card is, your happiness is your birthright, right? So your happiness is your birthright, okay, y'all? So it goes back to this whole saying right here that says your life will be happy and peaceful. So it is your birthright to be happy and to have peace. So I'm ready to take any callers if anybody would like to call in and get a reading. So, Mr. Dave, is there any callers that are out there? Please give me a call. And yay! While you're doing that, I'm going to get some sound wave energy out. This is a sound wave bowl. This is for anyone that needs some help with energy. If you have something going on and you're feeling sad or your energies are feeling low, this is to help you and help your energy come up. And I see that we have a caller from, I want to say her name was Brooke or from Brooklyn? Oh, Jacqueline from Brooklyn. All right, let's see if we can connect and talk. To explain to people what I'm doing right now, I scribble, and that's how I connect to spirit. I just start to scribble and just ask them, my guides, I had 3 of them, and I have 2 angels I work with. I ask them to connect to the one that's calling in or my clients, and I ask for them to connect to their guides and their angel and connect us together so we can be one whole conscious. And hi, how are you doing?
Hi.
So you're from New York?
Yes.
I lived in Connecticut, believe it or not, for 5 years. I had my son up there. So I love some New York.
From Brooklyn.
Awesome. So would you like me to connect to you in your personal life, or would you like me to try to connect to a loved one?
Personal life.
Okay. Have you been putting in your applications for a different career move?
No, been thinking about it.
Oh, honey, you got to go for it. Ooh, I got goosebumps. Honey, you got to go for it, okay? They're telling me that you have like a hobby on the side that you've been really passionate about. They really want to see you turn that hobby into a business. They say that you're so compassionate about that hobby, honey. If you put in the work right now, honey, you will see yourself being that boss. I mean, that main boss, that go-getter, that leader That is who you are, okay? They want you to succeed at this hobby, okay? Because you got to start somewhere. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm starting my business in the kitchen. All your entrepreneurs start their business in the kitchen, right? That's where we come up with the best recipes, okay? And they're saying they can see you turning that business, that hobby into a business, and you will be successful. They're actually going to start lining people up for you because you're going to have to go to this person, that person, this person. They're going to help bring in the right people for you. And they're also saying the money's going to be there too. Okay, so no more worry, no more stressing over that. He's saying, your angel is very sweet. It's a male angel, by the way. He's a male. He's saying, hey, I'm the one who wakes her up at nighttime and tells her these bright ideas. They're saying when they give you your bright ideas for you to start jotting them down, okay? And you're going to see it all come together.
Okay.
Also, they want you to make the contacts. Okay, they're saying that you have certain contacts through emails that coming to you like free webinars. Sign up. They're saying sign up for them free webinars. Sign up for them women entrepreneurs. Okay, because women like to help women. Okay, and it's your time to shine. Okay.
Okay.
Also, they want to talk to you about your health real quick. They ask that you please drink more water.
Okay.
And they want you to go outside more. They're like, tell her to go outside and go walking, okay? But they want you to get more involved with Mother Earth. It helps you stay grounded, okay, honey?
Okay.
Also, I have one question for you. A puppy keeps popping in. Did you have a puppy from your childhood?
Well, I have a dog now, and I had one that just recently passed in January.
Oh, okay. I'm going to start crying because I'm an animal lover. Your puppy's popped in, and he just wants to say thank you. Thank you for that wonderful journey you gave him because, honey, it could have been rougher for that dog, that puppy, if you didn't take that puppy in. It was like your home was his safe zone. And he's like, tell her I never told her secrets. When she confided in me, I never told no one. And I won't. He says I keep her secrets with me forever. Okay? He's very humbled because of the fact that you took time out every day to spend time with him. He's like, even though she was busy, she would still look down at me and rub my belly. Or she would still look at me and say, okay, let's go walking. He's very humble. He's very humbled. So you just got you another puppy?
Yeah, I have my, well, I have both of them at the same time. So one was for 15 years and the other one is only 2.
Yeah, the one, the 2-year-old one, he's really sad because he misses his friend. But I'm going to tell you this, that puppy from the other side is saying, when I do show up and I come to check on y'all, he sees me and he kind of barks sometimes. Like if you see him barking at the corner of the house or something, honey, that's him talking to his friend. So no worries, okay? They still communicate. Our animals still communicate just like our loved ones, you know, because they are our children, you know. Don't be surprised, though, if you don't happen to come across your dog that has crossed over, being reincarnated and coming back to you. Do not be surprised if you find one that looks just like him.
Right.
But younger, okay? Yeah. Oh, my gosh. I have a question. Do you still have his toys, his blanket or something?
I have the water pool.
Oh, okay. Okay. So just know that every time you fill it up, he's going to be there with you. Okay?
Okay.
Because he's like, she could have got rid of that, but she didn't. She kept it. And it's kind of like a memory piece is what you would call that, you know, like, oh,
Yeah.
you know. And honey, he still drinks out of it every once in a while. he still drinks out of it. And he's like, tell her if she sees like little water drips around the water bowl, outside the water bowl, you know, and you can't figure out where that's from, that's him. That's just him letting you know that he's still around you, okay?
Okay.
Good for you. I'm very happy that you are an animal lover, and you're also still cherishing those moments with that dog, because that dog still loves you, honey, okay?
Okay.
You did give him the best quality life he could ever ask for. So we need more humans like you.
Yeah, thank you.
You're so welcome. And if you want anything else from me, please connect with me at psychicmisty.com or on Facebook. Okay, honey?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
All right. So I believe we have another lady calling in from, I believe it's in England.
Hello?
Hey. Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. How's it going?
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm just chilling out, really. And what about you?
Oh, I'm hanging out. So you're from Nottingham, England? Is that right? No,
Yes,
Nottingham. Yes. Okay. I got a lot of friends from the UK. My homegirl's over there right now visiting her mom. I think she's tuning in too. So that's pretty exciting. I'm going to go there one day. One day I'm going to get there. I know I will be. So how would you like me to connect for you, honey? Would you like a loved one, try to connect to a loved one or an animal, or would you like a personal guidance?
Yeah, just I want to just know something about, like, I don't know, my future or something like that, I guess. I haven't got any like loved ones that's like passed away and stuff like that, so you're not really going to get anything from that.
Okay. Well, actually, I'm going to tell you this much. I do have a woman that appeared just now, and she states that she is a grandmother.
Really?
Yes. But let me explain, okay? So this could be either your family member or this could be a woman from school, because she has like a books in her hands. And I'm thinking she's a teacher. That's my symbol for teacher, for education. So could you think back to any time in your journey going to school that an older lady was there teaching you?
Right, okay.
Does that make sense? She says you were her favorite little one.
Oh,
only because you came to school wanting to learn. You were wanting to learn. She's like, that kid was on time. She was wanting to learn. Did you wear a school uniform?
Yes, yeah.
You always had it proper, she says. She never had to get on to you about not having it proper. She states that that's a very proper thing. So you'll have to dress a certain way. And it makes you groom. They're grooming you for the world. It's pretty much what they're saying. But she wants to check about your future. She says she wants you to go back to the studying the books. She says you have a very, very autistic gift. Do you read a lot? Do you read a lot?
I used to, yeah. I've started studying again now because I'm going back to college in September, so I have literally been studying tonight, yeah.
Okay. See how spirit works? She wants you to also know on that test that's coming up, I call it a test. I believe y'all call it exams. You will pass, okay? You will pass it with flying colors, okay? She's like, no need to worry, okay? Because it's a major credit. It's a major credit. And she says to let you know before you walk in the classroom to take the test would you please ask your angels to be with you on the test? And they will help give you the answers. That's including her. Okay?
So how old is this lady then? Do you know how old she is?
Oh. She states she's like, you never ask a proper woman her age. Which is true. She's like, manners. But she gives me the age between 50 and 65, honey. Between 50 and 65. But she crossed over about age 68 to 70. But she's in between age 50 to 65. She states that that's when she was like, it's kind of like fine wine. She states the older it gets, the more juicier you get. And in her life, in that age in the 50s to 65, was her most juiciest, exciting time. I believe she retired during that time because she showed me she traveled England a lot after she took retirement. Does that make sense to you?
I think it's one teacher at school. I'm having a feeling it's one teacher in school. Not primary school though, like junior school. So, like 12, 13, I think.
Oh,
when I met
that
her.
makes sense. Okay, so I have a question. She's like, someone got busted smoking cigarettes. She's like, she could have been around a group of kids smoking cigarettes. And I don't know why I want to say a bathroom, but someone got busted smoking cigarettes. Was someone around you in that age gap of your life where y'all got busted smoking cigarettes?
Yeah.
See, they always. So she says, you know who she said, if you go back to your school book, you know, your yearbooks or whatever, y'all are together in a picture. You're together in a picture. So
right.
So she's still with you. She's so proud of you, honey. She's very proud.
Oh, that's very strange. That is actually. It's nice. It's really nice though, but it's very strange.
It's whoever walks in. That's what people don't realize. When to loved ones, it's not just our blood family or our friends. It's anyone who's crossed our journey's path, right? So, I've had it where clients come to me, want to connect to a loved one, and the grocery store man pops in that they do business with every year, you know. So I learned when doing this that it is whoever we've crossed our path with. Honey, that could be you going to the bus station every day, seeing the same bus driver every day, and he could pop in your reading just to say, hey, how's it going? So one more thing she's telling me to tell you is that she does want you to have some extra hobbies, and she means like she wants you to start meeting up with a different group of people outside of the group that you're already meeting. She wants you to start meeting up with other entrepreneurs. Okay?
Right.
And she says she wants you to start meeting up. She says tea time, darling, tea time. Tea and bread cookies.
Yeah.
She says the reason why she wants you to do that is because you're excelling. So you're like down here. Now you're like right here. And she wants to see you way up here in the field that you're going in. Yeah. Okay? And so these other entrepreneurs have either been in your shoes or going through the same thing so you can relate to one another. So you don't feel like you're doing it by yourself. Because I know, like, let's say you're at your mom's house, your mom's house, and you're like having a frustrating day at school, but your mom's, she's not going to know anything about that conversation because she's not involved in it. Does that make sense? So your mom wouldn't be able to relate to you. She says these other entrepreneurs are going to be your go-to people. And people are going to come to you too. Because give and take, give, receive.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, have you not been having tea time?
Have I got, sorry, say it again, sorry.
Have you not been having your tea time? The tea time.
Not really, not really.
Oh, honey, you got to. She's saying you need to go outside and have that tea outside. She's like, right now, it's beautiful there. Beautiful. So she wants you to start going outside and having tea time, because that's when you can get relaxed. That's when you can have all these lovely energies come to you and give you thoughts, okay? And your thoughts is like your angels and your guides answering your prayers to you. Don't whisper in your ear. Or you'll have this word that will come up in your mind, and they want you to jot it down because it's going to mean something later. And also, she says you keep seeing the same number pattern. It could be like 111, 555, 444, 333. Is there certain pattern numbers that you've been seeing lately?
Yeah.
What numbers?
1 and 2.
1, 2? So number 12?
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to do yourself a favor. When we hang up, look up spiritual meaning of number 12. Spiritual meaning number 12. She's going to give you a message. Okay? She's giving you a message through that number 12. Okay? And also, in 12 months, your whole life will be different. Relocation, moving, job, everything's going to be different in 12 months, by the way. And that's their gift to you. Because you never gave up. You never gave up. No matter how much rough days you had, you did not give up. Okay?
That is true. That is very, very true.
Yeah, because it's like your whole life is passing by me. And girl, you've had the rainstorm on you, you know. And no matter what, you got up and you put your big girl panties on and you walked out that door with your head held high. And because of that, you're getting your blessings. Because you didn't give up. Because you let the universe work for you and work with you. And I'm going to give you a card. So here's your card. It says, obstacles or detours in the right direction. Obstacles or detours in the right direction. Okay, honey? Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
I said, I'm trying to see if I can get it. Is that right? Can you see it? I don't know if y'all can see it. Beautiful card. Beautiful, beautiful card. Don't forget, they also want me to tell you this. Your life will be happy and peaceful. Okay? Know that. Yeah. And if you'd like to connect more with me, you can find me on Facebook, or you can visit my website. It's www.psychicmeamissy.com. Please connect with me, though, on Facebook, honey, because I would really love to have your friendship. You have good energy. And I thank you for calling in and being here today with me for my first live. I appreciate it. We're getting down to the last minute. So I'm going to say thank you all for tuning in and being here. I appreciate it. And I want to give everyone love and peace and healing. And I want to make them know that they do have their angels with them, and your angels are there to help you. All you got to do is just ask for your angel to help you. And always call on Archangel Michael. He is a very powerful archangel, and he will help us. You just got to ask for him. So I thank y'all live from Texas. Please give me a shout out on Facebook or Instagram. I'm on IGTV too. So thank y'all for tuning in. I'll see y'all next Tuesday. And much love and many blessings to y'all. Namaste.
This is the High Frequency Channel, and you are tuning in for transformation. And I am your hostess, Rebecca Urich. Today, I would like to begin by, first of all, thanking my very first caller, Heather from Mississippi. She sparked some inspiration for this week. And if you were tuning in last week, I want to, or if you were not tuning in, I want to remind you that Heather was 20 weeks pregnant. So we want to congratulate you on that. And she was struggling. She is struggling with depression and anxiety, and she's going off of her bipolar meds. And I just assumed, Heather, I hope that you're listening, but I just assumed that you have all the love, thank you, all the love and support that you need. And if you don't have all the love and support, that you need to reach out to people and make sure that you have that. Okay. And I wanted to, she was also working with or struggling with her addictions. She was going off of her bipolar medicine in order to have her baby drug-free, which is amazing and beautiful. And I love that idea. Just make sure you have the support you need. So what she inspired in for me today was I wanted to talk a little bit about depression and anxiety and where this comes from. So, here I'm saying that I'm the high frequency channel, right? Staying on a high frequency. But what we don't realize is that unless we connect to or deal with the lower frequencies, we won't be able to maintain the high frequency. So like love and joy, right? So we will be like a hot air balloon, right? Ready to soar and go for a beautiful ride in the air and look at, the beautiful scenery and be in nature, but you've got your ropes tethered to the ground, right? So let's talk a little bit about depression and anxiety today. And I may have a little different perspective on it. I think I've been very lucky that my parents really encouraged my creativity and being different. But for a lot of us, as I said last week, our creativity, our uniqueness, our quirkiness, our unique gifts are really trained right out of us. And you have to understand that, when we're born, we are learning from the second we're born, right? Is this my hand? This is what my hand tastes like. Oh, I have feet. You learn how to crawl, you learn how to walk, you learn how to talk, and then you learn how to play games. And then you go to school and you go to school again, and maybe you go to college, and then you get a job. And then you do the same exact thing over and over and over again until you're supposed to retire. So the learning ends as soon as we get this job, right? And that's when a lot of people end up with depression. And because our creativity stops, our authentic self, it ends. We're just like, okay, this is it. So we have to understand that and also taking into consideration that our culture, that our society, our family, everything, school, really kind of trains, as I said, trains that creativity right out of us. It blocks it. So we don't really know what we're here to do. We don't know what our authentic self is here to do. We don't know what our creative, our passions are. We might know some of it, but why are we here? What are we here to do? Is it to, maybe it's with little kids or whatever your passion is. Are you really being authentic with what you're here to be? Most of us are not connected to that. And I ask people, what would you love to do? And they can always answer me what they don't want to do. And I got to tell you, that's what everybody's getting. So we really need to shift our conversation to what we would love, what we do want to do, right? what you think about, you bring about. So start thinking about what you would love. So when you think about depression and anxiety, when our creativity, our quirkiness, our uniqueness has been so suppressed, because for most of us, if you were out of line, they would push you back in line, right? So we're almost afraid to be creative. We're almost afraid to be unique. That has an effect on your nervous system. It has an effect on the body, on the physical body that you're in. And you suppress it down enough and you withhold that authenticity, that uniqueness, and the body has to start reacting, right? I have this thing on my wall and it says, pain comes from the internal struggle to say yes to what you really want, right? So I want you to start looking inward and deciding what you would love, not what your friends say is okay or what your bank account says. So if you're like, I really want to go on a trip, but you only have $200 in your bank account, right? That would normally end the conversation right there. Oh yeah, it's a fleeting thought. Like, I would love to go to travel the world, but I only have $200, right? So we have to start thinking outside of our circumstances, right? Most of us right now are being controlled by our circumstances and by our bank account or the education that we have. And we say, I can't because I don't have any money. I can't because I don't have the education. I can't because I can't write the book because I don't have time. I can't start the new business because I've got kids and I've got a full-time job. I don't have time, right? So we have to start carving out time to be creative in whatever capacity that means, right? And doing what you love. So that even means, and what I recommend is start with baby steps. Start small. So baby steps will take you all the way up Mount Everest. And so think about it, like Friday night, you have an opportunity to go out with some friends or stay home and read a book. Or I'm just giving you an example. What would you love? What would you love? And then go and do that. So taking little steps, deciding, I'm going to pause, put your hand on your heart and say, what would I love right now? When offered a choice or in making a decision, what would I love? Not just to make a decision, to move things forward, then don't make a decision, right? So starting to look inward again, discovering yourself. And I told Heather last week to, go hug a tree. I always say, tree therapy, absolutely, or pet therapy, or nature, or whatever it is that makes you feel better. Sometimes I have a second story deck and I'll stand out there, like tonight it's really windy. And I went out there and I just let the wind blow all over me and blow whatever wasn't working for me anymore away, and to harness the power of the wind, right? So whatever empowers you, whatever makes you feel good. So, depression and anxiety, right? It's suppressed creativity. Thank you. And remembering that it's going to make your nervous system and your body start to be either in pain or depression or anxiety, right? And then the other thing that Heather was talking about, and she was afraid that when she went off of her bipolar medicine, that she would become addicted. I'm assuming on drugs. I didn't ask, but on drugs or alcohol or whatever it might be. In addictions, again, I'm like the high frequency channel, which, by the way, if you want to check out my Facebook page, high frequency channel, or the high frequency channel, or thehighfrequencychannel.com to book a a free breakthrough call if you think you want to work with me. Addictions come from our core wounds, right? I'm not enough. I was abandoned. I was a disappointment, or I am a disappointment. I am a mistake, or I made a mistake, right? All these, and I know I might be triggering people, right? Rejection, abandonment, all these, like, these are all the lower frequencies that are very challenging for the body. They're low, so they're harder to feel inside the body, right? But if we spend all of this time in depression and anxiety, I got to tell you, joy is going to actually feel a little off and a little scary. And sometimes being in bliss and being in joy could send somebody back into an addiction, because joy is scary if you spend a lot of time in depression and anxiety. So when we become aware of what our core wounds are and we start to work through them, we shine the light, and then they're not as scary. So I get the image that comes into my mind is like opening the cellar door to the deep, dark basement, right? You're opening the door and you're walking down the stairs and you're like, oh my gosh, there's probably demons and spiders and like all these things, right? But if you just shine the light, you're like, oh my gosh, there's my bike from when I was 5 years old. There are my toys from when I was, or there are my kids' things. And all of a sudden, when you shine the light, they don't have the power that they used to. So it's important that we look at our core wounds. It's important that we heal our core wounds, or work on healing our core wounds, in order to experience the higher frequencies on a regular basis, to be that high frequency all the time, right? We're human, so we're always going to be working through some of that old energy, the deeper, darker stuff. But when we shine the light, it's not as difficult as you think. Again, if you feel called to work with me, or even just see if we're a match, please book yourself a free breakthrough call at thehighfrequencychannel.com. I would love to chat with you. And I did pull a card for tonight, so I want to share that frequency for the day. And then we're going to go to my caller, Ariel. So this is one of my all-time favorite cards. Playtime. This is so important. It says, these are the dolphin cards, the mermaid and dolphins. The dolphins know the importance of playing, as joy creates miracles and manifestation. So play lets your nervous system soften. It allows you to relax and laugh, which is so good for your immune system. And it also gives the universe some time to download your next guidance, or people that are going to help you along your path, or whatever it is that you need. So playtime is vital. Is vital. So please find some time this weekend, go with a friend, do something fun, okay? That's your homework for the week, all right? Okay, cool. So let's go to, is it Ariel?
Yeah, it is. Hi.
Hi, Ariel.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Where are you from?
I'm good. I'm from Western Florida.
Okay, from Florida. What's going on?
Nothing. I've just been going through a lot with family-wise.
just having a hard time with, you know, I don't know what my direction is in life right now. It's really confused. I feel like I'm never gonna find love. It's like I don't know. You know?
Never gonna find. Okay, so I always have to take notes when I. You want to find love. You want to know what your direction is. Family stuff. Okay, I'll try to get to all of them.
Okay, cool.
So, what I would love to have you do for me is, I would love which one do you want to start with? Do you want to start with love, what direction you should go in, or family?
Family.
Okay.
Sure.
So you don't have to share with me what's going on unless you would like to. But what I would like for you to maybe share with me is what if there's stuff going on, and if there was, like, let's say that in can you just briefly tell me?
Yeah, that's fine. It's like dealing with my son. Don't know whether I'm gonna have, be able to take care of him. Like, if I don't get mentally right, I just want to know, like, what I have to do to be, like, a better mom for him, something like that.
Are you working with doctors? Do you have support?
No, I don't have any support.
Okay. Do you feel like you need some?
I just don't want Yes.
Okay.
I feel like
Can
I
you
don't
reach
want to
out?
lose him.
No, yeah, no. I hear you on that.
Yeah.
I can feel your pain, and I hear you. And so what could you do can you reach out to a professional to get support,
Yeah,
like on a weekly?
Yeah. Sorry.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can.
Okay. I was thinking about, I left him for a few days with his dad so I can figure it out. So
Okay.
I've been by myself. Yeah, I've been by myself, not knowing, like, what's going to happen next,
So are you okay being by yourself, first of all? I just want to make sure that you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay for now.
Okay.
It's hard
Okay.
because I feel like I'm empty,
Sure.
but.
Yeah. So you took some time away. What may I ask what your I don't know, I want to say goal, but what in taking some time away, what did you want to accomplish, or what would you love to get from this time away?
I don't know, to see a psychiatrist, like psychologist, something like that. Probably get out a little more instead of being in the house. Yeah, because it's solely been me taking care of him, so it's been hard, doing everything by myself. So I feel like I want to find who I am right now, figure out what I can do to be better.
So I'm going to give you some homework. Can I give you some homework to do?
Yes.
Do you have pen and paper?
One second. Okay. I don't have
What?
right now. I don't have paper right now.
Okay. So can you try and commit this to memory? First of all, I pulled a card for you, sweetheart. Let me see. Okay. Can you see it? It says dream big. Let go of small thoughts about yourself. See yourself succeeding. I love this card. So right now, and I'm just going to pull the second. I'm going to pull 3 cards for you because these are awesome. So dream big. So as of right now, I was, and this is what I was going to say anyway. I love how the cards are so confirming. I think that you are thinking that you aren't as powerful as you really are. right? I'm thinking
Definitely,
that, you know,
yes.
what's going on in your mind is that there might be a lot of things, and this is, you know, this is where our culture um, and our society kind of weigh us down with stuff that we don't need. But what I want you to do is I want you to dream big. So dream with me for a minute, okay?
Okay.
Because you've got here, you've got something happening. A major life change brings you great blessings and a treasure chest. So you've got really good things. An unforeseen windfall of new abundance comes to you now. You've got really good things coming. So what I want to do with you right now is I kind of want to like just shake up the snow globe with you a little bit and ask you
right.
if you had if everything worked out and you were guaranteed 100% success, what would you love to happen with your son and what's going on with your family?
Oh, well, I would love to be stable, I wouldn't have to worry about, you know, having anyone else judging me, just me taking care of him and being happy with someone. And like, he doesn't have a dad. And it's like, I really would love for him to have someone that loves him as much as I do. That's what I'm looking forward to in my life. Taking him, yeah.
What else would you have? Would you be, so you want stability, you don't want to be judged, you want someone to love him the way you do. What kind of fun would you be having if you had all this?
Oh, for sure, like theme parks, his birthday's coming up, just going places without anyone else. Like we don't have to, be around people that don't truly care about us. Just like taking trips.
I love it. Let me ask you something. How does it make you feel talking about this?
Happier. You made me really you make me look forward to something.
Yes.
Now in my life.
Well, that's what I mean by shaking up the snow globe. So what I want you to do, and maybe you don't have direction, maybe you don't have the love of your life, but you know what? When you shake the snow globe up and you're like, okay, if I were guaranteed success, what would I love right now, right? And I'm not saying to go and spend $1 million on something that you can't afford, right? But like, you can always go to a park. You can always go for a walk. You can always, play with him in the flowers or in the sand, or there's always something that you can do that's going to feel really good, right?
Yes.
And then what I want you to do is after you start doing fun things, like, so when you find that your mind is going toward, oh my gosh, I'm small, people are judging me, I don't have any money, I don't have the love of my life, and you kind of start stacking all these negative things, I want you to go, shake it off. Whew. And I want you to like open the door and take a big breath of fresh air and go out and do something. And then what I want you to do is I want you to do the same thing and decide what you would love in these other areas in your life. And we only have like 30 seconds left. So can you do that for me?
Yes, of course. Thank you. I will.
Good. Make sure that you go to my page, the High Frequency Channel, and like it, and then tell me some of the things you're doing.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
I would love to keep in touch with you, okay? So what's the first thing you're going to do with your son?
Take him outside.
Yay! Okay, have fun, all right? Ariel, have so much fun. Have fun, okay, my dear? I hope to hear from you soon. Thank you for calling in. Bye. Namaste. I'm Rebecca Urich. If you want to get a hold of me, thehighfrequencychannel.com, like my page. I would love to hear from you. I would love to work with you. I help people design the life they would love to live and close the gap so that they're living that life. And it is my pleasure to, my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for being on with me. And have a beautiful night. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio. Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV. Now, I was just thinking about what I was going to talk about with you this week. And of course, in America, we've had Mother's Day, which has been this previous Sunday. And in England, we have Mother's Day in March. So it's a different time of the year. So if you're listening in England or in Europe, you'll understand that why I'm talking about Mother's Day, because this is the day in America. And I was thinking about how caring and how loving some mothers can be. And I know that's not always the case with our mothers, but for a lot of us, that is the case. And we have, and caring is something that is such a wonderful attribute, such a wonderful quality to have. And when you look at the caring industry in our world, like teachers caring for your children, nurses caring for the elderly, the sick, those people that are needing medical care, the doctors, and all those people that care in our society. And caring is such a wonderful way to be. And I know that it's almost as though it's operating in the light, and being in the light and being and doing the right thing and doing the thing that God asks us to do is a wonderful way to be, because it helping other people is what is required of us. Giving to other people is what is required to us, and allowing us to be working in communities, working in families, working with friends. I know sort of a very English thing is, let's put the kettle on and have a cup of tea. And so if there's a problem, the kettle always goes on and we have a cup of tea. And the British are known for cups of tea, aren't they? And so I know that, so just having a listening ear is caring, just having, and healing as well. And I know that when we're in our lives, there are always people that we will love, always people that we care about. But for those people who feel alone in their lives, don't forget that there are many people in the spirit world that care about you and have love for you. And so it's not something that is just confined to our world. There is care all around us. And I know in the spirit world, they wish us to really be successful in our life, be successful in what we have come here to do. But part of what we have come to do is to have love in our hearts and be caring to others. And I feel that Mother's Day is a day where we celebrate love and caring for another individual. And what better way to celebrate is the mother's love, which is the ultimate love of caring and love. So that's my little talk for today. And I believe we have some callers waiting. And I believe we have Kathy in Radcliffe, Kentucky, USA. Hello, Kathy. Are you there?
Hello, I'm right here.
Brilliant. Or should I say awesome? Yes, I do. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me
I
all
can
right,
hear you.
Kathy? Fantastic.
Yes,
So I am a medium, and I can either connect to my guides and give you guidance, or I can connect to a loved one in the spirit world. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
to get through my daughter. She just passed away like 2 months ago. She committed suicide.
Your daughter?
Yes.
Right, okay. Let's see
She
what
was
we can
only
do for you.
23.
Let me. I'm very good at being able to connect to specific people. So give me a moment, and I'll ask my guides to bring her forward. Okay, I'm just hearing a female voice because I'm more clairaudient than anything. So I'm just hearing a female, and by the way, just to explain myself, clairaudient means I hear the words more. And clair means clear. Clear and audient is hearing, so clear hearing. So I'm just hearing the words. I'm just hearing the words. Hello, Mum. I'm here. And she's almost speaking. She's bypassing me and speaking directly to you. And I'm asking her if she'd like to sort of communicate through me and speak to you. She's making me feel as though she was in despair. She felt as though she didn't know which way to turn, and she felt she's saying to me she felt at the time that she felt as though she was a burden to people around her, and she didn't want to be this burden anymore. I know she wasn't. And I absolutely know she wasn't. And she's saying to me, she wishes that she had seen some sense, and she wishes that she had trusted in people and believed in people to help her, because she now knows that since she's been in the spirit world, that people would have been willing to help her. But she couldn't see it in her mind when she was alive. And she's saying,
so true.
and I feel that she was somebody that almost didn't want to burden other people. She felt she wanted to be. It's like there's a sort of an independent streak in her where she wanted to sort of do everything herself. And I feel that's why, and I feel that was very much her character. And that's not a bad thing in life, to be sort of independent. And I think that, but she just felt that she couldn't independently do everything herself. And she's just put some balls in my hand, and I feel like I'm juggling lots of balls, like I'm having difficulty in coping with this and this at the same time. And I'm hearing the word dad, and I don't know whether this is her dad, or whether this is your dad. But I'm just hearing the word dad coming through. Did she have some difficulty with her father?
Yeah, she didn't want nothing to do with him, but he was never around when my kids grew up. And finally, know he's alive still. But my dad passed away.
Right.
About 3 months.
About 3 months ago. Right. Okay. Because she's saying to me that she did have some difficulty with her own father, but she's also saying that she's met up with your father, and he's standing beside her, and they're together in the spirit world, and she's letting me know that she's so glad that she's with him, because he's been a pillar of support to her. And she's saying to me that she couldn't have, almost like she couldn't have coped with life in the way that she's had to cope if he hadn't have been there for her. And am I right in saying that he passed first before her? Is that correct?
Are you still there?
Yes, I am. Am I right? Am I right in saying that she passed first? No, he passed first. Sorry, he passed first. I know that with this lady that she is very sorry to her mother for causing her this pain, and she's showing me she's wearing a bracelet, and I feel that this bracelet is quite significant in her life, and hopefully she can listen to the mum can listen to the playback afterwards. So, Kathy, are you back?
Yes, I'm right here.
Oh, sorry, I thought we lost you for a moment. She's talking about. So I know that your father passed just before her, and she's letting me know that he helped her so much and gave her so much guidance, and he's being beside her like glue the whole time that she has been in the spirit world. And she's really,
my dad that passed away?
Yes. They're together,
okay.
and he's helped her enormously. He's been just a pillar of support and just so wonderful and caring to her. And she says that I couldn't have got through everything that I've needed to get through if it hadn't have been he hadn't have been there by her side. She's also showing me that she would have worn a bracelet that's quite significant in her life. And I feel that this, would you understand her wearing a bracelet that has a meaning?
Not that I know of. I don't remember what she was wearing last time I seen her. I seen her that day she killed herself, but I don't remember what bracelet she had on.
Okay. But she's also saying to me that I know that there's a bracelet that's significant, and maybe when we're having a reading and it's quite emotional for you, it's sometimes difficult to remember sort of those sort of details. But she wants to talk about a bracelet that I feel that was a gift to her. This is somebody, and I feel that this bracelet was meant a lot to her, and she's talking about this bracelet.
Does she know where it is? Because everything she had, her boyfriend gave everything of hers away to his family.
Right. But she's making me feel as this bracelet was a present from someone in her family, and I feel that this is something that's quite precious to her, and I feel that she would like to have that for you to have that, and it makes me feel as though either there's initials or a name or something on this bracelet. There's some writing on this bracelet that is significant, and she's showing that to me. She's saying to me that she's showing me you with photographs. Have you changed some of the photographs that you have in your home and taken out old photographs and put her in it?
Yes, I did.
Because she's showing me, she's watching you do that, and she's grateful for having her photographs in your home. She's also showing me an image of a dog, and she's making me feel. Have you got a photograph with a dog that I feel that may be in the spirit world?
It's a pup. It's a white one with her dog.
Yes, yes, it's a white one that I'm seeing. Yes,
That's her dog.
Yeah, and that's in the spirit world. Is that correct? Because
Yeah.
she's making me feel as though she's met up with the dog, and so she's got the dog with her as well. She's also showing me. I feel that she would have had some. I feel that she's showing me tattoos. Would you understand that?
Yeah, she's got tattoos.
She rather liked
a couple of her.
Yeah, she liked her tattoos, and I feel that she would have been happy to have more as well. She did like her tattoos.
Just the older one, I'm gonna be getting the memory of her.
That would be lovely. And she's showing me a butterfly in a tattoo. Did someone have a butterfly in a tattoo?
Butterfly. There might have been one on her back, I think. I had flowers. I had a butterfly in there. I'm not sure. Can't remember.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing a butterfly that I know that is significant. I'm also being made aware that sadly there's never enough time to give a full reading on these shows. But if you do want to speak to me further, you can find me on Facebook. Gail Moffat is my name, and I just want to say that she is telling me. She says, "Will you please tell my mum that I don't blame her for anything, and that I want her to know that I love her, and I'm so sorry for causing her that all the hurt and the pain that you've gone through." Does that all make sense to you?
Okay. Yeah. I got one more question. If her daughter the baby's daddy or not, the guy that she was with that abused her, if he's the father to her baby?
I couldn't quite hear what you said, but I've run out of time.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I can't answer any more questions. But find me on Facebook and text me, and I'll write back to you. So don't worry, I will continue to talk to you. But I have another. So thank you for calling, and I'm so sorry for your loss. But I have another caller calling in, Tonya from San Diego. Are you there, Tonya?
Yes, I am. What a lovely accent you have.
Oh, thank you very much. And you're just down the road from me in San Diego. I'm in LA at the moment.
Oh, fantastic.
So I am a medium, and what that means is I can connect to loved ones or my guides and give you guidance, or I can connect to somebody, a loved one in the spirit world. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
No, I am actually, you're the master at this, and that's why you're the expert. So I'm just going to follow your lead. Whatever you choose to see that's flowing at me that you need to talk about.
Okay. Right. Okay. Let's see what we get for you. Okay. I feel that you have a grandmother in the spirit world, and I feel that I want to go onto the father's side of the family as I connect to your grandmother, and I feel that she's sort of giving me just check your grandmother on your father's side it has passed. Is that correct?
It's not my father's side. On my mother's side has passed. I didn't know my father's grandparents.
Okay, I was wondering whether you didn't know her, and I felt that you didn't. But it is her that has come through on your father's side. So she is the one that, and it's quite interesting how people don't expect the people that we don't know to come through. But when they get to the spirit world, they know you because they have an interest in you because you are her granddaughter. And generally, what I find is when they come through, when they don't know you, is because they are compelled to share their experience because they went through something that perhaps you are going through something. So there will be some sort of similarity in their life. In other words, they have an understanding of what you're going through. Did you know anything about her?
No, I don't. I think he mentioned her name once, but it's still been a long course. There's my older sister's still telling me that my father isn't my father. So it's just, it doesn't, you know what I mean? He's gone and passed now. I'm not worried about having to fight for that information anymore, you know?
Right. So there's a question mark as to whether, oh, right. Okay. So with all those question marks, it's no wonder that your paternal grandmother is coming through to speak to you, because sometimes they are compelled to give you information that you perhaps need to know. So I'm just, and that was me talking, but I'm just going to quickly get back to her because let's hear what she has to say.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
She says to me that she says, you were absolutely right, Gail. I am compelled to speak to you because she is incensed about what has happened in your life. She's showing me your birth certificate. And I can see writing on this birth certificate, and I know it's a birth certificate, but I'm not seeing the accuracies of, and now I'm just being shown father. It's just come into my clairvoyance. I'm just seeing father. And I'm seeing a name, but I'm not seeing the name clearly. I just know there's writing there. And it's like what she's doing is she's got an eraser, and she's rubbing it out and putting lines across it. And then she wants to write another name in. She's making me feel as though she's making me feel as though, is your mother still alive?
Yes.
Okay, so she's making me feel as though, how can I put this? It's almost as though there's an...
My stepfather adopted me, so that might be the reason why she wants to erase his name off my birth certificate and put my real father's name if he is supposed to be my real father. So I can understand your relation and the message.
Because I heard the word adopted as well, so I knew there was an adoption somewhere. And she says that I think where she is compelled to come through is because you have a whole family, and she's making me feel as though your family doesn't live far away from where you live. I feel that they live in California. Oh, hold on a moment. I just got Phoenix, Arizona. So, I'm and Phoenix, Arizona isn't far from California, is it? My geography is
from San Diego.
5 hours, okay. And she's making me feel as though you have family in that area, that she would like you to reconnect with, because there are people in your family that could be a great support to you, and you just don't know them. You know, I need to tell you a story, and I know this is doing a psychic part, but it will help you. My sister went on to Ancestry.com, and we in our family found out that we had a first cousin that had also gone on to Ancestry.com, and so we found out a whole family, and that was just through I don't know whether it was a blood test or a saliva test, but anyway, it's a DNA testing.
Yeah.
And that is a route where you can sort of find people. But she's wanting to encourage you to explore some of your relatives. Because I
my mom's wanting to read me only because of my older sister, because she was closer to my father, and so she's basically been doing all of the tree connections and all that other stuff. So
I feel that there is some half sisters out there, and I'm very drawn to Phoenix, Arizona. How fascinating! I'd love to hear about any discovery that you find with that, because I absolutely know that you have a whole family, and she says that she's also saying that they're spread throughout the United States, but that your starting point is Phoenix, Arizona. There's a lot, and she wants to help you. I feel that she's helping your family sort of try to find and explore and open up the truths of what you of your family.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on Insights into Consciousness on A1R Radio. Tonight I am going to do one reading, and before then I wanted to go into something that I've actually never done before. So this is new to me, and it's going to be new to you, I'm supposing. It's my first time ever really having anything like this happen, because I always prep for my show. And this time when I prepped for my show, I got that I was going to have a message come through. And I wasn't really sure what that meant, but when I just started some writing, it's basically scrying, and as I wrote, I got messages. So this would be clairaudience. When we get something auditorily, spiritually with the message, and we are, it's not really hearing like I would hear something with my physical ears. It's more or less a auditory message through the spiritual listening. So that's basically similar to when we have a when we're seeing something in our mind's eye, and it's not like seeing something with your physical eyes, it's like it's seeing it in your mind as if you were having let's say a memory, or you're imagining something, but it's very different from an imagining something, because to create and imagine, it has to take work, and it has to take us creating, and it's much more exhausting than seeing and experiencing, since that's more like seeing a movie. So I am going to just explain, first of all, what it was that I got. I was basically meditating and thinking, okay, so what show, what exactly do I need to do tonight? I just started getting basically, I'm guessing a spirit, maybe I was connected to the angel realm, and I got a whole bunch of information, and I'm going to try to get through it, because I wrote it down as I was listening to it. So this is also kind of called scrying, or just writing down messages that you receive. And a lot of people are using the word download. It's kind of like downloading spiritually something that you get from spirit, or messages that you get from spirit. And we don't always have all the answers or everything that we need, because we're imperfect humans, and we're not, we're still learning and growing. And so I got this message today, May 22nd, 2019. So it's very different. I had to look up some of the stuff that I was being told, because I didn't even really know what it meant, or what in the world it entailed. So I'll just start reading what I wrote tonight. From Mesopotamia, many moons ago, we came from a realm of Aquarius. The ignition of love arose from the ash of a people so distraught that the only way to go was up. Now we populate the world in a way known to man as the star, or the stars. The stars are just a label which indicates the polar spectrum of abilities humans may have, and does not depict the definition of a star as the world may perceive a celebrity. Stars are people who originally populated the areas closest to the governing stars of the universe, but clusters of the stars, known in the universal languages as pupils, which are students of the galaxy. These stars in space possess intelligence not known to man at this time. The sun is one honored governing star of the earth. It is, as it is known, to give life to the planet and to keep its safe distance and its shielding of safety in its place in the solar system. It must possess a type of inherent intelligence. This was getting really interesting. This intelligence is a type of ability when people have claircognizance. This is the commonplace knowing, or otherwise a typical balance of knowledge which keeps it automatically at a place of assignment, just the right distance away at just the right position in the universe to keep all things well and happy. The star people on the earth also keep things quote unquote well and happy inherently, with instinct from star and knowing by claircognizance, and being able, with rays emanating outward from them, such as the sun, to grab information from their surroundings so as to adjust to the needs of their surroundings. These star people from old also can be significant healers of light, such as yourself, meaning me specifically. I didn't even know it was of the stars. I honestly still am just kind of trying to figure this out and learn from this. So such as yourself, or people of significant, it says actually people of significant harm and damage depending upon their choices and intention. So you can either be a healer such as me, my intentions are always good, or people of significant harm and damage depending upon their choices and intentions, either programmed since birth from their surroundings or their nature from the tribe spiritually from which they originated. So basically that was just saying that there are people who originated from a certain people originating in Mesopotamia that were people of the stars, or the star people. This is something I've only heard of once through a conversation that I had with somebody, and I just sort of shrugged it off. It sounded a little strange to me because I just didn't know anything about it. And now all of a sudden today I had this big message come through. So it's basically saying that there are people from this originating star tribe or culture who are good, and they're healers, and they use their abilities that they have received from stars, the star origin in Mesopotamia, for good. And there are others, though, that are raised from birth with some pretty bad habits or some, I guess a bad environment where they learn to do it, to use these for bad and to harm, or just to only think about themselves instead of bettering the earth and the people in it. So the next part that I got is, Dear healers, as a reveal of one of the mysteries of our worlds, the most dangerous and unempathetic of your kind, sociopaths are these star children. They must be seeked out before they have such programming as the school shooters, the murderers, the users, the criminals, the politicians whom use for gain of universal power. Their resistance and ongoing power is continuing to rise in strength, and they are rising in originally trusted churches, spiritual groups, and places of worship. They are taking over places that have large populaces of children, such as schools, church groups, or any large numbered organization that teach or care for children of uninvolved parents and families. They use medical means and government agencies to damage, inflict harm, and programming of children from a young age. If these groups of children aren't caught early on and taught in high number the ways to simply and effectively combat and prevent the influence of these lost souls, the dark and harmful powers will succeed in taking over for monetary and personal needs of only themselves, their culture. So the culture of the stars will then be lost, as will be healing and free will worldwide. I am finished and wish luck to all who were called to listen. So that's basically what I got tonight. This was something that I didn't even expect, and that's the beauty of the work that I've been called to do, is that sometimes I don't even really understand why I'm getting the message or where it's going to go, but I do my best to just trust it. And every time I trust it, and every time I just go through with it and relay the message, it turns out for good. And so that's why no matter how it comes across or how it may seem right now, I just go ahead and give out the message. I let people know what I got. I trust it. I trust spirit. And I trust that because I'm on the right frequency, that I will be able to spread knowledge and good, and whatever message it is that I need to convey, I will do it in, just in protection of people and to spread light and love. So that was my intention in sharing that tonight. I just do basically what they tell me to do a lot of the time, and I'm just coming along for the ride. And this was one of those times. So I'm going to reread it a few times. I did look up Mesopotamia and the history of Mesopotamia just because I had really not even heard about Mesopotamia for many years. I think that I went over it in history in maybe, probably high school for maybe a day. And I didn't really know much about it. So I learned a lot about Mesopotamia, like it was the first place they actually found evidence of the first wheel made of leathers, and that it's where they originated a lot of learnings and teachings, where women were held at a high, level of respect. That they were a very, very prominent environment for wisdom, for learning, for the arts, for many new inventions. They thrived, and many of the things that we use today in the modern world originated from Mesopotamia. There's a lot more that, I could go into. I have no idea what Aquarius is about, and that they're of Aquarius. If anybody knows, let me know. You can contact me on my website. You can just email me on there, because I am still processing it, and I pretty much just got it a few minutes ago. So today I wanted to take a caller, and I'm going to try to switch gears here and just focus on a reading. So I'm guessing that we can go into that here pretty soon. But again, if anybody is listening to this message and they hear it and they want to elaborate it all on the message that I conveyed, and that if they have any information on it, I love to hear about it. I always love to hear from people who are listening. My website is AnnaOlsenintuitive.com. That's ANNAOLSEN intuitive.com. And you can go to the area where you can just email me, and I'd love to hear from you. So that's basically what I got tonight. I did not know that the stars have an inherent ability to take in information around them and adjust accordingly to where they are in space or the solar system at that time. This is all news to me, and I'm still going to definitely research what I got in the message and figure out what facts can align with that scientifically, because that's my passion, is to, prove this stuff scientifically or in other ways that, from the experiences of others. So I'm definitely going to be going into that. And I'm guessing that, as I go along, I'm going to get more and more of these quote unquote downloads and just be able to process them and prove, their originality and their accuracy and exactly why I got them. So as I go on, I'm going to do more of these and just figure out what it means. Put in a history behind it. Maybe next week I can also share what I got with history and everything else that goes along with this message. So I'm just thinking that probably we're going to end up getting a lot more of these wonderful messages from Spirit as we go on. So I have Satania, excuse me, on the phone, and I'm going to do a reading for you tonight. How are you?
Good, thank you. And yourself?
Just fine. How can I help you tonight?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to know, or I wanted guidance to see if I'm on the right track and I've been making the right decisions lately.
Okay. So the right decisions lately. I'm seeing some big things. I'm basically seeing a house. Is that something that you're considering?
Sorry, what was that?
I'm seeing a house. Is that something you've been considering?
I have.
Okay. So are you thinking about buying a house or moving to another house?
Maybe.
Okay. So I really feel like that's a good move in the right direction for you to have the house. I can see the house, and it feels really exciting to me.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that it's going to be really good. It's going to definitely be a new challenge. It's just, anything new is going to be a little uncomfortable at first. That's all well and good. I see a path going to the front door, which means, and it's golden. And what that represents from Spirit is that this is going to be a new opportunity, actually, that will bring in more income for you. Does that make sense, the way I explained it?
Yes, that would be good.
Okay. And is it something that, is this a move that will increase your income? Is there like a new job around this house, or what is that about?
I'm looking for a new job.
Okay, so you would be moving with a new job. See, I see like the excitement of life.
Job, yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing that the increase in excitement, happiness, and fulfillment will increase in this new residence.
Yeah,
I just see some new challenges. It's just like anything else. Even though it's good, it's a change, and it can be a little bit uncomfortable at first. So it's just about adjusting, and it'll be a little bit of work at first until you just sort of settle in.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, so it looks like a really good move. And I'm wondering if there's something else within this move or this job that you wanted to know about or go over tonight.
No, I've just made some decisions lately, and some of them have been really big ones, and I've been second guessing myself as to whether there's been the right decision. And I just was hoping that someone could reassure me that I've been making the right decision.
Right. And yeah, I see that it's the right decision and it's going to increase your quality of life. And I really see that you're going to go in the right direction, taking this job and making this move. I keep getting a little nudge about love life. Is there something going on there that you'd like to go over tonight?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. What is it that you would like to focus on with love?
My dad and I have ended a relationship after 13 years, and I've just been confused on whether I made that right decision or not.
Okay. So this is where, it gets a little tricky in readings for me anyway, because I believe that everybody needs to make their own choices in their own relationships. I do feel like right now that was the best choice for you and for your situation. I know that you were a little worried because you're so comfortable with this relationship. I know you're a little worried that it would be like, oh gosh, I just totally made the wrong move at the wrong time with this. But I really do feel that ultimately this is going to be better for everybody involved, because you need to move on to do more emotional work with somebody who can be a better teacher.
Awesome.
And I do see someone else in your pretty near future. I'd say, I know you'll need some time because it's such a huge adjustment when you've been in a long-term relationship, to move into another one. But I feel like it was very responsible of you to end this one first rather than going into another relationship having not ended it yet. That was very responsible of you. I feel like you had an opportunity to go ahead and move forward that way and you chose not to, which I really commend you for.
Awesome.
And I feel like, that's a really smart move. That's showing that you have good judgment. And I don't want you to think that things are going to be the way they were when you first met this last guy. Because when you first met the last guy, you were younger, you were less experienced. And now, I know it feels scary to be on your own, but you're so much, I don't think you realize how much more mature you are, how much better judgment you have now that you've, just become more wise just from life and learning from things. It's good that you can learn from your experiences because not everybody does all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of wondering, I'm kind of getting that you kind of had a little bit of a broken heart with this.
Yeah, I did.
And, I just want you to know.
It was unfaithful.
Go ahead.
Quite a lot of times.
Yeah.
And I still tried to make it work and tried to do the right thing. And it wasn't enough.
Right. And that's why I feel like for you, this is a really good move, because that would have just kept happening. And then you really were in the situation where you had to say, okay, I'm basically now putting myself in an open relationship, because you knew, what was happening and you knew what was going to go on, and that there wasn't any real changing going on. So, I feel like that taught you a lot, but that was just something that you're going to need to heal from. And what I see that's very promising is that once you make this move and you get this new job, part of the increase in your life and the increase in abundance is also going to be healing for you emotionally. And once you really start that healing process, because I'm seeing your heart chakra area, your heart, it's already so full of love. And I feel like you already have so much support. Even just from yourself. I
do try to put others first and put the needs of others before mine, especially, having so many children as well.
Right. Yeah, and I was kind of feeling the children.
Make sure that everybody else is happy, because if everybody else is happy, then I'm happy.
Right. And so now what's going to happen more and more is that because you're not going to be so exhausted from that relationship, you're going to be able to put more time into taking care of yourself and everybody else. So the more that you take care of yourself, the more that's going to make you capable of taking care of your children. And then you're going to get even closer friendships. You're going to get new friendships. You're going to start moving into a really great new place. And this is the kicker. This is the part that I really like to focus on is when you move on from something that painful, you now will appreciate all of the good in somebody because it won't feel like that anymore. And you'll appreciate it so much more than somebody who would just kind of take that for granted.
Yep.
And in addition, what's really great is your kids will see that you're kind of a new person and you're going to blossom in a lot of ways because you are going to appreciate this new way of life, and you're going to appreciate a guy or a man who's really honoring and respecting you, because the other side, the flip side to this new way of being is going to be that you'll never put up with that kind of behavior again, because you will want to feel so far away from it that it will just disgust you the minute you see a sign of it, because it was so hard. Yeah. So I really I'm just commending you for like all of this that you've learned, and you're going to be a different person. You're not going to be as naive. Don't worry. This next relationship, you're going to have better judgment because you will have gone through all this, and you'll be able to spot it a mile away, so you won't do it again. And in addition, you will also appreciate that guy even more than anybody he's been with. So it'll be a really great connection and union, and you'll be with him for the remainder of your life.
Okay.
That's good. So it all looks really good.
Yeah. And when you said that, being a changed person, I have been.
Yeah.
Like almost 12 because of my dad. And like nearly 12 months ago now, and that was a huge shock. So, and I also lost my baby on the same day, so it changed who I was and how I look at things and all the rest of it. And I'm not the person that I was 12 months ago, and I would like to think that it was all for the better, but then and then my real dad stepped in about a month after my other father passed away. And so that was really, really good. And that made me happy as much as I still miss my dad as well.
Right. Well, the other thing I'm seeing is the lotus flower. The lotus flower grows from the mud, and so I keep seeing this beautiful lotus flower coming out of the mud and the water. That all these things that were negative and difficult you're going to grow up out of that. And what I see is that blossom of the lotus flower above the surface of the water is your enlightenment. So that blossom of the lotus flower is the enlightenment of the plant coming out of the murky water. And I'm seeing your pain basically giving birth to this amazing enlightened state. You are different. And what I really want to focus on is that this difference is enlightenment. It is not damaged. It is not lesser than. It is not used up. It is enlightened, wiser, kinder, more empathetic. These are all of the things that you gained from these experiences. And there's nothing that you could ever say to somebody about, like, let's say, losing a baby that will help them, that will actually make them understand that pain other than experiencing it. So your empathy has just grown, like it's made you this goddess. I mean, you're like this enlightened person who has become a healer and somebody who loves and loves more deeply because of these things. It isn't that you've been damaged. The pain is just, it's birthing all these amazing things in you. And that's what I really, hope that you can focus on. I don't want those dark moments to bring you to this place where you're thinking that you've been through these things and therefore you're damaged. You've been through these things and therefore you're better for it.
Yeah.
Because you got through it and you rose above.
Okay.
So that's what I'd like to focus on for you. And I'd love for you to just remember that whenever feel your confidence is wavering or whenever your confidence is low, that you're going to go back to this place where you understand that, no, you're better now. You're more enlightened. You're more full of empathy and love because of these things. I do have to go. I wish that I could talk to you longer. But thank you so much for calling in.
Yeah,
and you can always let me know how you're doing. I'd love to see how you're doing. Email me on my website has my email, and I'll with that a contact sheet if you'd like to let me know how you're doing. It's AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. So I'd love to hear from you.
I will do that.
Okay, have a good night. Thanks so much for calling. So that's all for me tonight. I am so grateful that you've watched, and I hope that this message that's conveyed tonight will help many, many people. I hope that you have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you next week on Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time and 9:30 Eastern Standard Time here on A1R. I'm Anna Olson with Insights into Consciousness. I will see you later.
Well, hello. This is the High Frequency Channel, and I'm Rebecca Urich. Today, I want to talk about life. I want to talk about everyday life and the importance of self-forgiveness. So today, for me, wasn't the greatest day. I had to travel a couple of hours. I have some body work done, and that felt so good, right? And I was on my way home and just driving, and everybody's just cruising along, and I get to this two-way highway, right? One way going one way and one way going the other. And in front of me were two huge semis, and they were barely going the speed limit. And I had another hour left in my trip, and they were in front of me for the entire hour. And there was a part of me that maybe lost it a little bit today. I kept trying to work my relaxation techniques and my breathing and to just settle in. And there was just something about today where it just was a little overwhelming for me. And I think I was just tired. I just had really deep body work done. And so there was a little irritation. I wanted to be home and relaxing. And I had all these errands that I had to run and then to get behind these semis that weren't even going the speed limit, right? And the importance of just letting it go and forgiving ourselves and moving on. And stepping into nature, listening to the birds. So that's what I did. I got home finally. I had a nice salad. I relaxed myself, but I still had the jitters for a little while. And so sometimes it can be a process shifting your energy and shifting out of something that may have happened. And mine may have been really easy and really simple compared to some of the things that other people are going through right now, that would make it challenging to be in a place of happiness or to be in a place of contentment, right? So what I want you to do, and this is what I often do, is I use my internal pause button. We all have it. We just don't know we have it. Using that internal pause button to pause and to stop the forward momentum of the day, right? It just moves and moves and moves. Time moves by so fast. That's one thing that everybody keeps saying. Time is passing us by so fast. And what I realized when I was driving at some point, like I was able to tap into some contentment at some point, but it was just to look around. Right now it's spring and it was beautiful looking at the trees. I came home, I threw on my tennis shoes and I went for a hike and I listened to the birds and I let the sun just shine on my skin and the breeze was nice and cool. And I just let my body relax as I was walking and I was able to shift my state because I was, a couple hours away from coming on and chatting with you and I didn't want to be a grump when I got on, right? So what can you do to shift your state when you aren't feeling so good or when you have something going on in your life that is triggering some old energy that's making you uncomfortable, irritated, even angry or frustrated, or people that are making you frustrated? What are some things that you do to shift yourself out of it? Now, a lot of us are actually addicted to being in that place. And so for some of us, we just sit there and we can sit there for days in that place. But when we use our internal pause button, so I'm telling you to find that pause button, see if you have one. You do, everyone does. You just have to go throughout your day and then all of a sudden you just pause and you go, what am I feeling right now? Am I feeling good? Am I in a hurry? Am I forcing something to happen? Am I frustrated? Am I sad? Do I feel lonely? What am I feeling? Just to pause and allow that feeling to be there and to nourish it with some love, some self-love. Like even just say to yourself, I love you, even though you feel sad, even though you feel angry, even though you feel frustrated. We tend to put ourselves down even more when we don't feel well. So maybe we need to shift that. Do you think this week you could shift that? Do you think that you could use your internal pause button this week to just notice what you're feeling and then just to simply allow it to be there? Let it be okay to be there. Offer yourself some love and watch how it can disappear. Right? So what are some other things that you can do to shift your state of being? So from a place of frustration or anger or irritation or sadness, loneliness, what are some things that you do? So I'm going to tell you a couple things that I do. One, I turn on some great dancing music and I dance around. I go throw on my tennies and I go for a walk or a hike. I'll even walk outside barefoot. I'll sit on my deck and just let the sun shine on my skin and listen to the birds for a little while. What else? I might meditate or even take a bath or take a nap. I give myself permission to take a nap sometimes, because sometimes I really need it and it's the best thing that I can do. So I would love for you this week to discover your internal pause button. See if you can press that pause button sometime, at least once a day this week, and see if you can't shift yourself out of a negative state just to help you get through that day, right? So what happens is the more that we use that internal pause button and we do something to change our state, it becomes a habit. And when it's a habit, you begin to live in a place of contentment as opposed to always trying to get there. So the more that we can use our internal pause button and allow the feelings to be there, allow them. They're okay. Let them pass through you, right? Instead of trying to bury them deeper or hide them or deny them, allow them. Allow them to come up and allow them to be released. You will find that you feel so much better, faster when you do this. And then take a couple of deep breaths and change your state. Do the things that you do to change your state. Call your friend that's funny. Dance around the room, whatever, do some yoga, whatever that might be, and forgive yourself. Maybe even let's all put our hands on our hearts for a second and just listen to that beat. And let's be grateful for the beat of our heart. Let's be grateful for the breath in our lungs. Let's be grateful for that life force that is breathing you, that is beating your heart. And invite that life, that energy, that intelligence, right? It's beyond us. It's beyond our thought process. This intelligent energy that is beating our heart, digesting our food, breathing us. Let's invite this intelligent energy to be stronger within us. Honoring that life force within and invite it to be stronger. Good. Let's take a couple more deep breaths. Letting our nervous system calm down, forgiving ourselves for everything that we've done. It's in the past. The past is the past. The future's not here yet. And the only place that we really have is right now. And looking around and being grateful for everything that you have right now, the people that are in it, your view out your window, food in your belly, warm water at your disposal, these little silly things that we take for granted, right? Let's just breathe in a big thankful breath for all these things that we take for granted. Let's inhale a breath of gratitude for everything that is going right in our life. Take another gratitude breath for all the things that we love in our life. Let's do it again. Another breath. Good. Let's do one more deep breath of gratitude for all the things that are going right, that are going extremely well, that are beautiful in our life. Good. Awesome. You have homework to do this week. Have fun with it, okay? And I am ready for my first caller. Who do we have today?
Penny.
Hi, Penny.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Where are you calling from?
Well, right now I'm calling from work.
Okay.
Well, I live in Cortland.
Okay. Cortland, what state? Oh, Portland. Portland, New York. Awesome. Okay, great. I love it. So do you have anything that you want to ask me? Do you want me to just do a reading for you? What are you looking
right
for?
now, just do a reading for me.
Okay. So what I'm getting, so I do cards, and I'm also a coach, and I source the infinite. So I kind of blend them all together. All right. So what I'm getting is that you, as you're at work right now, that you're actually working really hard. You're doing a lot of work and that you need some rest time. So have you had some alone time, or have you had time to just kind of do something that you would love to do?
No, I haven't. I plan on doing that the first week of July.
Okay, so you have it planned out. Is there any way that you can take even just a couple minutes every day to stand outside and let the sun shine on your skin, or go for a little walk?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Or even take a nap, even if it's a 20-minute nap or 15.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. So what I'm getting is that this is really vital for you and for your health and for your well-being. So it's really important that you take some time for yourself every day. And I always like to say, 10 or 15 minutes, but if you can make that a half an hour or even an hour, that would be even better. You are going to feel really rejuvenated from this, and you are going to be thinking more clearly. You are going to have more energy, which helps everything, right? Then it's going to be positive energy. So I'm also getting that making sure that you surround yourself with positive people, and then in situations to avoid negativity. Have you been doing that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have.
Okay. So do you feel really good about who you have around you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So that's important that you maintain that, right? And then I'm also seeing that is there a little bit of, we all have to work on this, is maybe feeling a little more worthy of good things in your life.
Yeah, I definitely need work on that.
Okay, so remember that you are a child of God, or you are the universe. You are an extension of the universe, and the life force within you is always seeking greater expansion. It's always, the universe has your back. The universe wants the good stuff for you. Okay, so when we tap into that energy and recognize that the universe really does want the very, very best for me, we tend to start making decisions. And it sounds like you've already started a little bit of that. Just know that you are absolutely worthy of everything that you want. So have you been thinking about what you want?
Yeah, I have been.
Okay. Have you been doing a little journaling with that, or?
A little bit.
Okay. So what I'm seeing is that, what I would recommend that you do is do some journaling on what you want. So it's really important that you know what you want, right? Because we can't get out of situations that we're in that are troubling or causing us any struggle if we don't know what we want on the other side of that, right? So it's important to know what you want. So I'm happy to hear that you're doing that. Make a list of all of your successes. So if you're a parent, or if you graduated school, all these little things, you woke up in the morning, make a list of all the things that you would say are successful, because that will build your worthiness and your confidence, right? And whenever we do that, we open ourselves up to the infinite universe, right? So what I'm seeing is after that, so do some things that make you feel confident and worthy and that build that. Okay. Can you think of any of those things that you could do right now? Not necessarily right now, but do you have a couple things that you think you could work on or do?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good. So what I'm seeing is, as you begin to build yourself and your self-confidence and your worthiness to receive more, you have exciting opportunities that are coming your way. So if you stay in that place of abundance, that you live in an abundant universe, and that there is no lack, right? Staying in that place of abundance, the universe is bringing you more opportunities of abundance and prosperity. Okay, so be on the lookout for those. So in order to be on the lookout, we want to make sure that we are in tune with the magic that the magic in your life, the miracles, the everyday miracles, not just like the big miracles, but everyday little miracles, all the beauty that you have. So when you tune into that a little bit more, then the universe will be able to reach you faster with these opportunities that are on their way. And then I also want you to know that these things come to you, you are being helped. So the universe, maybe your guides or angels are working behind the scenes to help you. So even if you don't see what's going on, so sometimes we're like, where are the results? Like, I don't see any results. Well, there's a lot of work being done on the infinite side, like that you can't see. Okay. Okay. All right. So just kind of trust that. Okay. Remember that, when things get harried or things get tight or you get frustrated, just remember that you're not seeing all the pieces of the puzzle yet. And that they are being placed, and to be patient, because when they are, you'll know. It'll be like, whoa, it'll be like, ding, ding, ding. Like, okay, that's it. It won't be a question. It won't be a question. It'll be like, that's it. That sound good? Do you have anything else for me?
Right now, yesterday was my 2-year anniversary with my boyfriend. I was in a really bad relationship for 9 years, and I finally got out of it. And I'm just kind of worried about if my new boyfriend really does love me, and if I'm going to be happy with him.
Okay. So what I'm getting with that is, well, inside of you right now, you know the answer to that question. Ask yourself questions like, is he doting on me? Does he love me? Does he call me all the time? Like little things like, how would you love to be loved? So just like, just like we were talking about before, it's good to know what you want in a relationship. Definitely, you probably know already what you don't want. Now, maybe a little daydreaming about what you do want, okay? And make sure that he matches up. Remember, there's a lot of different people that can be a great partner and a great love for you. And so what I'm actually getting is not to do anything right now. It says, don't really rush into action, and kind of wait. Just kind of be in a pause. I think you need to kind of go a little bit deeper inside yourself and decide what kind of a relationship you want. What do you want in the relationship? And then decide if he's a match for that. I'm getting a wait, which means that the pieces of not all the pieces of the puzzle are being presented to you, but you're not going to know until you know, and you tell the universe what you do want. So will you tell me what do you want in a relationship?
I want honesty and loyalty. That's, and love.
Yeah.
I want love.
And love. Yeah, like your best friend. Do you guys talk a lot? Do you travel?
No, he works third shift. I work odd hours. So we don't get
Well,
to do
no,
too
what
much.
if you had the perfect relationship? What would you love? It could be him.
I really don't want to travel too much. I just kind of want to be with him and me and just being happy. That's all,
Okay. So you want trust, you want respect, you want love. Yeah. I love it. Is he offering that to you right now?
Yeah, and it's me, though, because I'm so used to being hurt that I'm wondering if it's just me dwelling in the past.
Okay. So that is going to be really, really important for you to figure out. So remember, it's in the past, right? And when you think about the things that are holding you back or the things that happened in the past, when you think about them now, they've already happened in the past. They're not happening now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right? So remember that this is a new moment. And I'm going to have you repeat after me. You ready?
Uh-huh.
Up until now.
Up until now.
Up until now. That's old. Up until now. Now I'm in a great relationship. I want a great relationship. This is what I want, right? That's old.
Yes, that's all old.
So in order for you to move forward. So a little bit more work, I think, needs to be done for you, like you were saying. So this old energy of this relationship, you're going to want to replace it with new stuff, right? So I'm thinking that upon waking up in the morning, immediately go to a bunch of things that you are grateful for. Like you're grateful for this new guy. You're grateful for that you're not with that person. You're grateful that you have food in your belly and that you are alive and that everything is going well, and thank God that your life is the way it is now, right? So waking up in the morning and starting your day like that, and then so tell me, is there a fear there about moving forward?
There's kind of a fear, but yet there's not. My biggest fear is being cheated on again. I know I will never be hit again. I know I'll never be hit again, but my biggest fear is being cheated on and lied to.
Okay. Well, and you aren't going to really know that until, you get further along. But what I'm getting is that your prayers are being answered, and they're being answered in synchronistic events. So notice the synchronicity in your life, and notice them to increase their flow. And then, take this person for their word until until you have a reason to not trust them. Take them for their word. I'm seeing that the worst is behind you and a positive new experiences are on the horizon, my dear. You're good. You're good, sweetheart. Keep doing your work, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for calling. Make sure you join. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Make sure you go and like my page, the High Frequency Channel on Facebook. I do free readings a lot there. And I would love to hear from you about what goes on. So feel free to private message me or anything. And be well, my dear. Have fun. Have a beautiful life, okay?
Okay, thank you. You too.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And thank you. This is Rebecca Urich with the High Frequency Channel. Feel free to like my page, the High Frequency Channel on Facebook, or go to my website, thehighfrequencychannel.com. Have a beautiful night.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Woo!
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. You're here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you're having an absolutely fabulous week wherever you are in this world of ours. It's a beautiful autumn day here as the mornings are getting crisper and sort of, I suppose, people don't really want to get out of bed as the weather starts to turn cold. But anyway, it's a perfect time of the world to live in paradise. This week I want to open the show with a sort of a little sort of, I don't know how to put it, a tribute maybe to Doris Day, but I was really saddened when I awoke yesterday morning to find out that the beautiful Doris Day had passed. I mean, at 97 is an amazing innings, but when you look back on the life of that amazing, incredible woman, she made everything special. You know, she was beautiful, she was elegant, she could sing like an angel. There was nothing that woman didn't do that you could frown upon. And even when she decided to retire out of the limelight, she still went on to sort of work with animals and things like that. It's probably a much sadder place in the world now that we've lost a world icon like Doris Day, who brought so much joy to so many people. And I think the epitome of just being what I believe spiritual should be. She always had a smile on her face. She never said a cross word or a bad word against anybody. And she was just happy to be who she was. So now she's gone to fly with the angels, and the world will be a sadder place for not having Doris here, but her legacy will live on in her amazing films, her beautiful voice. And I think the song that she was most famous for, Que Sera, Sera, probably sums it up, that, you know, whatever will be, will be. And the future is not ours to see in many cases. And she made that song very, very famous. And I think it's something that's a song that'll always stick with me. Anyway, let's get on with the show. This week we're working with the Simply Tarot card of the week, and I'm pleased to say that we have the Ace of Cups. Now, the Ace of Cups is the security offer of a helping hand, and it's much nicer to have a positive card this week. Last week we had the one of frustration. We had the Ace of Wands, and I don't know about you guys, but gee, I felt it was a frustrating week in more ways than one. So I was pleased to see this one come out this morning, where we can all sort of breathe easier and have a little bit more of a relaxing week, I think, ahead of us with the offer of a helping hand. So don't be surprised where the offer of the helping hand might come from. It could come from many different directions. So it's a time now, because we are heading into a very difficult time of the month, in as much as it's the full moon this month, and it's coming up on the 19th of May, or May 19, wherever you are in the world. So it's when I say it's a difficult time of the month, it's because it's the most powerful, intense full moons that we have all year. No, the moon is not back in its own sign of Cancer, but it's in the sign of Scorpio. And this is a time when things are very, very intense. Emotions are going to come to the forefront. It's either going to be black or white. There's not going to be many shades of grey in between, if any at all. It's going to be a time where tempers are frayed, people's nerves are all raw, people are snappy, snarly, wanting to get, in a sense, wanting attention, but at the same time, don't talk to me. You know, I'm busy. I'm in thought. I've got too much on my plate. And yet it's a time when they're demanding emotional attention as well, but when they get it, they don't want it. So just be aware, people might seem to be a little bit preoccupied. They might seem to be a little bit cranky, a little bit distant, more so than usual. This is the time when people who have any sort of emotional illnesses, it can be a difficult period for them, more so because it's sort of exaggerating or exacerbating their symptoms or the things that sort of are part of their day-to-day life, and whether or not that they get very sensitive or whatever the case may be. So we need to be extra specially careful with these sort of people in a way that we're more compassionate, we're more loving, we're more understanding. We're not expecting anything more of them than we expect of ourselves. But most importantly, that we be aware of that they may be struggling more during this time than the rest of us. So it is a difficult emotional moon. But on the upswing of this, it's a time when we can really get to the bottom of a lot of issues that maybe we haven't had the guts, I suppose, to sort of delve into before. You know, we might have a really big emotional crisis or something that it's been in the too hard basket because it's been too difficult or too painful on an emotional level to deal with. And that could be a relationship. It could be the loss of somebody. It could be a million and one things. But it's the time now where to bring it to the forefront and own those emotions, whether they're positive or negative. Let's try and get a handle on them. Let's try and get a grip on it so that we can sort of work through this very intense emotion and say, okay, now I understand it. Now I can sort of work out a plan of action. Now I can come to terms with how I'm able to look at this and proceed forward in my life. So even though it's a very difficult and intense full moon, it's a time when we can have some absolutely major breakthroughs. So I'm going to show you how we work with the candles in this instance, because working with candles, whether you've got my candles or whether you work with candles of your own, this is a very important time to be working with a candle energy. So here's the full moon candle. I would be starting to burn my full moon candle from the 17th. So May 17 is when I'm going to start the process, and I'm going to burn it for 15 minutes to 2 hours a day. Now, I'm going to write on my list 3 things minimum that I want to let go of, or things that I'm trying to release or process or work through. I may also have 3 things on my list that have just come to light, that may be things that I'm sort of aware of that now I need to start working on. And a thing that's come to light with me in the last 30 days is that I don't handle stress as well as what I used to. Now, that can be just a sign of age, or maybe it's just I don't like it, period, full stop. And my life has been stress-free for such a long time that now that I've had a couple of little hiccups in my life, that I'm really noticing I don't cope well with stress. So that's going to be something I'm going to put on my list to sort of in future to look at. How can I find ways to deal with the day-to-day stresses that have really made a major focus in my life in the last couple of weeks? Why am I looking at it differently? Or is it just that I'm more sensitive to it? So sometimes we've got to keep reevaluating the things that sort of cause us issues in our life. So that's the full moon candle. And because we're working with the Scorpio energy, we will be working with the Scorpio candle as well. So as I've mentioned many, many times before, I like one side one day, the other side the next day. That just gives a longer burn time. So you can get a much longer burn time out of your candle. So write an identical list for that one as well, so that we're burning our candles from 15 minutes to 2 hours a day. Really, really important. Sit there, work with the energy, have your eyes focused on the flames of the candle. That's why you can tie it in as being your meditation for the day, your relaxation, whatever label you want to put on it. For those of you that haven't got the space or want something, a more compact candle than our extra large ones, we do have a gift box where you can make this up of the 3 candles of your choice. This week I've made it up with 2 water sign and a full moon. You can choose any one of the 28 in our range. This just makes it, if you've only got a small space that you want to work with, you can still work with your candles with a 15 minutes a day. These are just sort of compact and take up a lot less room, which is wonderful. And those of you that don't want to work with a candle but still want to work with the magic of the energy, can I suggest a melt warmer? Pick them up from your department store, very inexpensive. Starting off with 2 teaspoons of wax. So I would start off with 1 teaspoon of full moon and 1 teaspoon of the water, and then each day I would add another half a teaspoon, and we're still working in that same process of the 7-day cycle. So when I talk about a 7-day cycle with the moon, I'm talking about 2 days prior to the full moon. So I would commence on May 17 or the 17th of May. So that would be my 2 days leading up to the full moon, on the full moon being on the 19th. So then we would have 3 days of the full moon, 19, 20, 21. Then I would allow 2 days on the decline after the full moon for the energy to taper off. So that would be 22 and 23. I always like to work in a 7-day cycle so that we've got a lead in coming up, sitting on top and going down. I think that's really important so that you work with the maximum energy of the full moon and you don't just have this abrupt sort of energy, oh, it's starting today and it's tapering, it's gone tomorrow. The moon doesn't work that way. It has a slow build up and it has a decline as well. So this week I'm happy to talk about the final sign that we've been working our way around actors and actresses around the zodiac. And this week I'm going to talk about another icon, somebody that we all dearly loved, and she hasn't been with us for a few years now, and that's the one and only Elizabeth Taylor. We're talking about a female Pisces. And Elizabeth Taylor, to me, was the epitome of a Pisces woman with those beautiful, smoky, dreamy sort of eyes, as if she was always off in some magical sort of world behind those eyes that, nothing ever touched Elizabeth, and, she never seemed to have any dramas or traumas in her life, or that's what her eyes told us anyway. I know nothing could be further from the truth. She had a very difficult life in different patches there. She was always searching for love, and I think Elizabeth Taylor made marriage fashionable again. I mean, how many times did she marry Richard Burton and a couple of other people? And she loved the idea of being married, of being connected to somebody, of giving your life to someone else, becoming somebody's other half. And that was very important to her. And I think in some ways that made her feel emotionally secure. But I think she was also sort of always looking at it in very Piscean sort of eyes, that, she knew what she wanted to achieve in the marriage, and she believed that that was possible because she decided it would be. And I think that's where the disillusionment came in many of her marriages, because it wasn't quite the way that she had imagined it was going to be. And then she'd sort of turn around and make changes, and then sort of realise she was still in love with Richard and go back and remarry him again. And I think it was probably one of the greatest love stories that was ever told, was the on again, off again Richard and Liz story. But anyway, leaving aside all that, I mean, Elizabeth Taylor, had an illustrious career. I mean, she was an amazing actress. She was somebody that I think brought a magic to the screen that everybody could relate to. And even from her very, very, very early work, and this wasn't her first film, but one of her very early films that we all probably remember was National Velvet, where she rode the horse. And I think it was one of those perennial sort of movies where just about every young girl around the world wanted to be National Velvet and to have a horse and to have that sort of lifestyle, and sort of fell in love with her as sort of somebody we could all look up to, that, she was able to achieve that, so why couldn't we? Elizabeth was a very giving sort of person. She put her name to many different things, but I think the most important charity that she put her name to was HIV information, and trying to educate the public about AIDS and the pros and cons of it, that it wasn't quite this. It is a scary disease. Please don't get me wrong when I say that. But she tried to normalise it in a way that you couldn't catch it by just being in the same room as somebody that had the condition and the illness. That there was a lot of misconceptions out there in the marketplace of how AIDS was contracted, and she, along with Princess Diana, tried to sort of put a lot of those fears to bed. So I think, those two women will be especially remembered for their work in that. So it's been an amazing week. I mean, with the loss of our dear Doris Day, and then, we were featuring Elizabeth Taylor this week. It's been Female Week, which is quite interesting considering it is going to be the full moon in Scorpio. And, these two very powerful, very different, very iconic women have featured very strongly today in the show. So we're going to take our first caller now, and we're going to be talking with Kay in Reno, Nevada. Are you there, Kay?
Yes, I am.
How can I help you tonight, sweetie? Do you have a question I can work with?
A situation with a friend who I've been friends with for like 35 years, has all of a sudden decided that I'm not good enough for her.
Oh, I'm really so sorry to hear that. Oh, I bet it hurts. It more than hurt. Oh. The first thing I'm getting is she well? I just sort of feel that she's not well. Whether that means she's emotionally not well or there's no physical illness that you know of.
She doesn't. She does have high blood pressure. And,
right. Okay. When I asked the question of why, I just really thought she wasn't well.
She might not be, I mean, I can't, she doesn't want to talk to me. The last time I talked to her, she said she doesn't have time to talk to Kay. And that's the way she put it. She didn't have time to talk to Kay. So I kind of figured that, whatever. But, it upsets me.
It's an unusual statement for somebody to make after you've been friends for 35 years, that I don't have time to talk to you, and using your first name. Look, I come back to the only thing that they've shared with me is the fact that she's not well. And I don't know whether she's ready to admit it to herself, and certainly not ready to admit it to you or discuss it with you or anybody else. And because the two of you were so close and had such a long-term friendship, she knows she's not going to be able to keep it from you if she has a conversation with you, because you'll know something's wrong. And you will press her to get the information out of her. I don't think she's ready to talk about it with anybody. I'm not saying it's a terminal illness. I'm just saying I feel she's very unwell. There's something wrong there, something that she's not prepared to talk about. Don't rule out the friendship just yet. What I'm getting here is in the next couple of months, there will be many times where she'll come into your mind and you'll sort of think, oh, it's almost like she's ringing up to say she's coming around for a visit. Nothing happens. Don't ignore those feelings, because I'm going to say to you, you're actually tapping into her energy. And yes, she had thought about picking up the phone and saying, let's have a coffee or something like that. And then she pulls out of it again. So, but I feel one of those times she will actually make the connection with you, and there will be, I can see the two of you sitting down and having a chat together face to face, not over the telephone. And she will sort of start to fill you in at what sort of happened, at why she sort of said she didn't have time to talk to you. She just knew that she couldn't hide anything from you, and she couldn't get her own head around it. So how could she discuss it with you or anyone else when she couldn't come to terms with whatever it was? I think it's more than high blood pressure. I feel it's something else, but I feel whatever it is isn't life-threatening as such. It's not going to shorten her life, but it may affect her life, as in a progressive type of illness or something like that, that she had to sort of process it all, and understand it more. Like sometimes when we get given a diagnosis about something, it's sort of like somebody slapped us in the face and we're sort of stunned. That's the energy I'm getting from her. Yet I don't feel it was a life-threatening illness as such. It wasn't the big C or anything like that, but she didn't really know whatever this was, that how it was going to affect her. So she had to sort of sit with it and do a research, and I suppose go back and forwards to the medical practitioners and find out a bit more. And as she started to do that, I think she's come to terms with it. I'm seeing the word August. I don't know that it's going to take that long, though, before she's going to come back towards you, but there seems to be something very positive in August. So whether or not in August she gets a different diagnosis or the condition is, stagnant or getting better or something like that, but I don't feel this friendship's over, sweetie. Don't think that for 1 second, Kay. Just, try not to get upset about it. Try every time she comes into your mind sending a positive energy with nothing else. Don't sort of question it, just positive energy, because she will feel that. She knows that you're a good friend. She just can't share this with you at the moment because she can't even share it with herself. So she will, and everything will be right. So I hope that's helped you, Kay.
Yeah, thank you. That gives me a lot to think about.
Okay, sweetie, lovely to talk to you. We're going to talk to Diane now in Aiken, South Carolina. Are you there, Diane?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Hi, Diane, how can I help you? Do you have a question for me, sweetie?
I do. I recently left my boyfriend about a month ago, and we've been trying to work things out, and I was just wondering if it was worth ever working out.
Okay. Now, what I get around him is he's quite stubborn, isn't he? I mean, he's a very stubborn man and wants everything his own way a fair bit, and I don't know that you're ready to sort of just allow him to have his own way all the time, and I don't think you should either.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Is he quite an insecure man? Because I get a very insecure energy around him.
Yes, he is.
Look, it's not that I dislike him, because I do like him. I think he's got a lot of lovely points, a lot of lovely qualities. But number one, he's got to learn to get over this stubbornness. And this stubbornness, to me, he digs his heels in, particularly when he doesn't feel confident or feels he can achieve something. He sticks his heels in, and it's like, I just shut everything down, don't want to know it, don't want to talk to anybody, don't want anything. He's got to learn to overcome that. because I feel that he actually prevents himself from achieving some of the things that are possible because he's told himself he can't do it. Look, I know without a shadow of a doubt that he loves you and he wanted to try and make this work, but at the same time, he feels inadequate in as much as he can't give you what he perceives that you need. So I suppose at the end of the day, you're the only one that can answer the question, is it worth sort of giving this another shot, or am I wasting my time? Only you can answer that sort of question. But I feel that, you know everything that I'm talking about. It's not a surprise to you. These are the things that you've sort of listed in your mind as some of the reasons why this relationship came to an abrupt stop was because of these situations. Yeah, so, you're the only one that can answer how long's the piece of string, how long's your patience, what are you prepared to work with, or say what is absolutely definitely not negotiable. And sometimes when we've got somebody like this that is insecure, it takes an almightily strong person to be able to help them overcome that and help them reach their full potential without doing it for them, if you know what I mean. Like, you can give somebody enough encouragement, but they've got to eventually pick up the bat and ball and run themselves. You can't play the game for them. And this is one of the things that's where I think you've struggled with this with your boyfriend, is how much do you need to put in and how much is he prepared to do for himself. So look, I don't know that this is over yet, but I'm not going to say it's definitely going to be the happily ever after either. I think the next 3 months will be very telling on which way you sort of go. You're going to change your mind even probably as close as every hour at what's right or what you're prepared to put up with or what you don't want to put up with. So I think let's not sort of put a definite this is going to work or definitely a no on this. Let's wait and see what unfolds in the next 3 months, and then you'll have an answer one day. You'll wake up one day and you'll just know. And then I think you'll be able to sort of say, well, now I have a clear direction of what I need to do for me.
Yes, ma'am.
So has that helped you understand this a little bit more, Diane?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
Because I just sort of feel as if this is a bit of a past life connection. Like, when the two of you first met, you sort of felt like you'd already known him before.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And I think that's one of the reasons why you've stayed in this situation. If it had been someone else, you would have shut the door on it a long time ago, wouldn't you?
Yes, ma'am, I would have.
So they're the sort of things that sort of indicate to me that, maybe we've got to give this just that little bit more time to sort of see which way, as things unfold, which way you're going to make your final decision on this. Look, I don't dislike him. I have to be very clear on that. I think he has a lot of wonderful qualities, but it's sort of like, he keeps getting a gun and shooting himself in the foot and says, I can't walk. Well, no, you're not going to be able to walk if you keep injuring yourself. Do you know what I mean? If you keep hobbling yourself. So it's like he's the only one that can stop doing that. He's the one that's got to take those steps, even if they are baby steps and at a snail's pace, he's got to be the one to do them. I just don't feel that you're ready to walk away yet, Diane. I just truly don't. That's obviously why you're asking the question too.
I'm not, but my biggest thing is I have 2 children and he doesn't have any, he doesn't understand them. And that's where it's come into play also.
Right. Well, yeah, that's something that you can't ignore. Your children have got to come first no matter what. And if he doesn't understand what being a parent is and the responsibility that's there, then that's a deal breaker to me. You've got to give him the opportunity to be able to work with that. But if he can't work with that in a way that's acceptable to you and understand that, well, then it's not negotiable. The door just gets slammed shut. Do you think it is the fact that he sort of sees the children as, dare I say, a little bit of a threat, like he's a little bit jealous of them and the attention you've got to give them?
Well, I kind of feel that way about my youngest. My oldest, he gets along with straight, but my youngest, he doesn't. He's just so quick to lose his temper with him because he doesn't understand that he's only 3.
Yeah, well, you can't lose your temper with a 3-year-old like that. all the time, because 3-year-olds are going to get into mischief and explore the world, and that's how they learn. That's part of them growing up. I mean, has he ever talked about wanting to have a family of his own?
He has.
Look, I just think give it another 3 months and see what transpires then. But I mean, if he can't get along with your youngest, then to me, it's a no contest. It's, you just shut the door and you move on, because you can't ruin your children's life for the sake of trying to, make a relationship right. I mean, your children must come first, always.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. But I just feel that, maybe this little bit of time apart, maybe he'll start to see things differently and sort of, put some effort in and try to sort of understand it. I mean, if he's losing his temper with a 3-year-old, that doesn't make me feel very comfortable. I mean, look, we all know 3-year-olds can, make you tear your hair out, because, they're not always the most well-behaved little critters in the world. But, that's part of their learning, and we have to make those allowances for that. And if he can't do that and he gets cranky, that's not an answer. That's not teaching a child how to, get up and try again, is it? We've all got to fall down and get up and try again. If he loses his temper all the time, that's not a good role model, not at all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my darling, I'm sure that you will work out the right answer, but remember, put your children first. That's the most important. That was Diane from South Carolina. It's interesting when we have relationships like that we really have to look at and explore all the avenues and ask ourselves what is right for the overall picture. We do have to consider our children as well as our own emotional needs, but being a parent means that our children must come first no matter what. And I know it's difficult when relationships don't work out and we try and repartner with other people, whether they have children or not. It's a little bit of like a jigsaw puzzle, putting the pieces together and making it work. But it is something that many people around the world have to sort of deal with on a day-to-day basis. So I hope you've enjoyed the show. We'll do it all again in 7 days' time. For those of you that want to know a little bit more about the full moon in Scorpio, join me over at Facebook just directly after this show on the Amanda Hall page, and I'll be doing a mini workshop there that's free. You're more than welcome to join us. Until next week, keep a smile on your face and don't forget to sort of bring some sort of elegance to life. And when something doesn't make you smile or you feel that you don't have an answer to something, maybe think of Doris Day's song and say, "Que sera, sera, sera." Whatever will be, and the future is not ours to see. Until next week, bye for now.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. You know what's really interesting today? I have just arrived in Charleston in South Carolina, and we literally arrived about 15 minutes ago, and I'm sat in the foyer of the hotel, and it's called the King Charles Hotel. So I hope nobody interrupts me. And as you may pick up, there's some sort of channeled music coming in. So we've got a little bit of music for our show today. But anyway, what I'd like to talk about is I was thinking about, the whole concept of mediumship and the importance of mediumship. And, for some people, they have reservations about contacting a medium or actually speaking to one, and they have religious reactions to mediumship. And I'd like to sort of really just have a little bit of a discussion about that, because, and I want to talk about it from my own personal experience. Now, my personal experience is that, well, first of all, I am very lucky to be able to regularly contact and connect to some of my loved ones, my mum and my uncle and my grandmother and an old boy as well. How about that? And also my guides. My guides come very closely, and they are very, very loving and very supportive, and I never have any sort of fear from them either. And the other thing that I have, with mediumship is that we were having this conversation whilst we were in the car driving into Charleston, and we were talking about, the Bible, and sort of, what it means, in Christianity. And we were having this discussion about how, in the Bible, they didn't want trickery and sorcery. But I think there were sort of, a lot of people who were doing magic or, trickery or, things that perhaps weren't sort of quite ethical. And I think sort of, what Jesus in the Bible was actually saying was that it's important to actually, listen to God and listen to the spirit world through mediumship, and that's my experience with mediumship. I feel that I'm very lucky to be able to connect to some very highly evolved spirit guides, and I feel very blessed to be able to do this work. I would honestly say it makes my heart sing. It feeds my soul, and I feel nothing but love and support from the spirit world. I never feel any negativity or darkness or anything of that nature. And one of the things that I always find about my mediumship is I always feel that they work with my recipients on a healing level. So in other words, often the recipient that is receiving the reading will always get the sort of sense of feeling uplifted after a reading or after connecting to spirit, because that's something that they always try and do. Now, I know that we're going to be having 2 calls today, and I'm sort of, we're busy waiting for those calls. But in the meantime, the other thing that I wanted to say was that when you connect to a loved one in the spirit world, sometimes they can be emotional because it's an emotional experience for them too. Sometimes it's an experience where they are actually wanting to sort of apologize for something that they've done in this life. And that is really important, because having an apology is actually something that is essential for them to move on. And so in a way, through mediumship, you're helping the spirit people sort of move on in their lives, but you're also helping, also you will get healing. And it's just remarkable, when I look at sort of, the whole aspect of mediumship. And I hope that sort of, you find it in the same way, sort of very, very sort of healing. Now, I know that we have somebody waiting to connect, and I believe we have Kimberly in Newport, New Virginia, in USA. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, hello, and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. So I'm a medium, and I can either sort of give guidance in a specific area, or I can connect to somebody in the spirit world. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
Yes, not the spiritual form, but the first one you said.
For guidance, that's what you'd like? And where would you like me to focus?
On.
Sorry, I couldn't quite catch that. What was that?
On my relationship.
On your relationship. Okay. One of the things that I feel about your relationship is I feel a little bit of angst and a little bit of frustration on your part. Would you understand that?
Yeah.
And I feel that I can feel sort of heated words, but between you and someone else. Does that make sense to you?
No, it was just me and my ex-fiance now.
Right. So when you were so they're probably talking about your ex then. Do you remember those sort of frustration and heated words with him?
Yeah.
You do, good. And because that's what because I feel that I have a grandmother with me that is talking and wanting to help you in your life. And she's saying to me that she found it quite difficult to stand by and watch your previous relationship that you were in, because I'm hearing the word bullying, and she's making me feel as though the relationship wasn't easy for you. It was quite sort of a sort of a tough one. And she's making me feel, and she's saying to me that she didn't approve of the person you're with. She didn't like him. She says that he was a bully, and he wasn't sort of nice to you or kind to you, and almost like, and she's using the word abusive. And when the spirit world use the word abusive, I never know in what capacity it is, whether it's just words or something of a different nature. But she's making me feel as though he was quite abusive, and she's saying to me that you do have some emotional scars from that relationship, and you've been unsure as to whether you could actually cope with a new relationship, and you've had your doubts as to whether you want to actually move forward in a relationship. Would you understand that?
Yes, that's the ex-fiance I was just talking about. He was very abusive, and we just separated 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and she's saying to me you're not ready. That's what she's saying. She's saying you're not ready. It's like that the wounds are too deep, and there's too much scarring for you. But she's making me feel as though you've got a really nice friendship around you. Would you understand that? And I feel this is a female. And I don't know whether this could be your daughter. I don't know. But it's somebody who is who has a good ear, listens to you, and supports you in what you're going through. Would you know about that?
Yes.
And your grandmother is really impressed with this person, because I feel that she's being loyal, and it's your mother. Okay, I know it's a female that you're able to lean on, and she's saying to me that she's so supportive, and she's saying to me that your mother has been extremely worried about you, because for a while she saw a change in you because of the way you were being treated, and I feel like there was a controlling element to this relationship, and he didn't like you, almost like he was trying to control you in who you were with or spoke to, or whether you saw your family or not, or that there's this real control from him, is what your grandmother is saying to me. And she's saying to me that obviously good, great, you understand that, but she's saying to me that you she's got so much care and so much love for you that I feel that she wants to sort of like really nurture you and sort of help you follow through. She knows that you're. It's like there's an insecurity with you. Like, have I done the right thing, or should I go back, or should I move forward? And your grandmother is trying to help you in moving forward and not looking back. She's saying that the person that you were with would only cause you harm, and she's making me feel as though you've had a lucky escape, because she makes me feel as though it would only have got worse. And he's the sort of person that can be utterly charming as well, sort of be very kind and nice, and sort of sorry for his behaviour, and please forgive me, and then it sort of, and it can sort of start up again. And I just get that feeling that you I get that feeling that it has the potential to get worse if you continued in that relationship. And I'm being told, and I feel it's one of my guides just stepping in, and they're saying to me that like you're not meant to experience any more than what you've experienced in this relationship. This is the end of a difficult time. And I get the feeling that have you been sort of fearful at any time, or felt that you needed to be sort of in a sort of, I feel like in a safe house of some sort, or women's refuge? In England, we have women's refuge, and I just get the feeling that there has been some need to be, protected, and your grandmother is saying that she's telling me that it's God's wish that you move on, that you it is His wish that you. It's like you've experienced the lesson and the learning and the experience of this, and now you're. And I'm just getting this feeling that, have you ever thought about helping women who are have a need as similar to the one that you've had?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well,
You know,
don't worry about that for the time being.
Ever get caught? I'm sorry.
Sorry?
You know if he'll ever get caught? He's going to run from the police right now for what he's done to me.
Right. What I'm being told by my guide, and my guide is coming forward, and he says he wants you to be assured that you do not need to worry, you are safe. And it's like, and I'm seeing a ring of white light wrapped around you to show you that you are safe in your life. I feel that there will be no repercussions, and you will. And I just get this feeling that your life is about moving forward and not backward. I keep on being drawn back to your mother as well, and I just get this feeling, this strong feeling that she's exceptionally worried about you. Have you had bruises on you?
Yes.
Because I'm seeing bruises, and I feel that there's been some violence. I'm being told by my guide that the spirit world has picked you to get a reading today. And sometimes we think we're organising it all, but they've got a hand in everything. And I'm being told that they picked you to have a reading today because you're frightened, and they wanted to allay your fears and let you know that you're protected. You're protected by the spirit world, and I just know that you're. I just get this strong feeling that you're going to be all right. But I certainly don't feel that. I also get this strong feeling that you're. I'm not saying that you won't be in a relationship again in the future, but I just don't think that you're going to be in a relationship just yet. I think it's about being free and finding your feet at the moment. And I feel that your mother, that she's come up with all sorts of ideas of, well, we could do this, we could do that, and let's, and she's so worried. She wants to try and protect you and help you with being safe. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry that it's very, very quick in sort of the readings that we have. But if you want to find me and speak to me, you can find me on Facebook, which is so it's on Facebook, which is gailmoffat.com, and that's my name. So do find me on there.
Okay.
But so so thank you for calling in. Thank you. Right, I have the next caller, and that is Miranda in Pensacola. Are you there, Miranda?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Just wanted to let you know that I can connect to my guides and look at an aspect of your life, or we can look at connecting to a loved one in the spirit world. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
I'm not sure. I just want to be able to see if anyone comes through from my loved ones.
You wanted to see if... Sorry, I didn't hear you.
If anyone will come through from the other side, like my loved ones.
Right, okay. Okay, I've got a man that's coming through, and I feel quite emotional when I connect to him, and I feel if there is somebody in particular that you want to connect to, just let me know because the time is so short. But I do feel that I have a man that is coming through, and I know with him that he has. I get this real sense with him that there's a real caring feeling towards you, um, and, and a sort of a real sense of love. And I feel with him that like he wants to take care of you, wants to sort of nurture you. And would you understand? I feel that this could be a father. Is your father in the spirit world?
Yeah, and so is my fiance. He's about the same age as my father.
Right. Okay. Because well, that's interesting because I feel that I have both of them, and I feel with your fiance because I heard before I even mentioned it, I heard that I wanted to be married to you. I wanted to be with you, and I'm going to concentrate with him, right? To start with, and he's saying to me that he's making me feel as though he didn't expect to leave so early. I feel that he thought that he would live. He's making me feel like he thought that he would live longer than he did, and he makes me feel like he felt that he had more time on his hands. Would you understand that?
Yes.
He's also he's making me feel like he's very sort of worried as well because he makes me feel as though almost like his job was to care for you and look after you and make sure that you had all your needs met and everything was there for you, and he's making me feel as though being in the spirit world, he's unable to do that, and I feel that he was unable to leave proper provisions for you to make you feel secure, and I feel that there is a frustration on his part that wasn't able to achieve that prior to passing. And he keeps on saying to me, I'm so sorry. I wish I should have been more diligent over my affairs. And I just get that sort of really sort of sense from him that he's really, really frustrated. He's showing me a memory link, and I feel this is to do with a proposal. Would you remember? Did he propose in a restaurant? Because I'm seeing a table with a white cloth over it. Do you remember that? Because it's like he's showing me, and he's bringing out this ring, and his version of the spiritual ring. I don't know if this was going to be the real ring, but his version of the spiritual ring is, oh my goodness, what a rock! It's like this huge, great, big ring that he's sort of showing to me. I feel. He makes me feel as though he's saying to me that he just wanted the best for you. He always wanted to sort of give you sort of, everything that you needed. And I just get that I get that strong feeling with him of real sort of frustration and angst that he was taken too soon. But he does say to me, and this is quite important, he does say to me that he is very, very, very keen to be in your life from the spirit world and always be around you to support you, and he also is saying to me he hasn't stopped loving you. He loves you very much. So I hope that helps, Miranda. It never is enough time for mediumship. But if you want to find me, you can find me on Facebook, which is Gail Moffat, International British Spiritual Medium and Teacher, and or you can find me on gailmoffat.com. So just know that he loves you and he's with you. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
okay, thank you. And so this is a show that just sort of emphasizes sort of, what I was talking about at the beginning, how mediumship can be healing on many levels.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rebecca Urich, and this is the High Frequency Channel. And you are tuning in for Transformation tonight. I am a Dream Builder coach and a Life Mastery consultant with Life Mastery Institute. And today I would like to talk to you about bending the universe to get everything that you've ever wanted. So, as we know, Steve Jobs bended the universe, right? He would bend the universe. He would talk about it. And what we don't know or realize, and I actually may have already said this on one of my shows, 99% of us are born at genius level. By the age of 5, there are only 20% at genius level. By the age of 20, only 2% of us are born at genius level. Why do you think that is? What happens if we are all born at genius level? How come 2% is now at genius level? Well, what happens is we begin to listen to the opinions of others, and we look into the eyes of others for our opinions and approval. And it literally just trains the creativity right out of us, right? And it blocks us from our natural creative abilities. So I want to talk to you about the different levels of awareness and where you might be in learning how to bend the universe to get everything that you want. So I'm going to begin by sharing the first stage or first level of awareness is when we think that that life is happening to you. So you may be feeling like this is happening to you, right? Your life is happening to you. Or you may know people around you that feel like it's just happening, like you can't control it. You can't do much because you're making this much money. You can't because of this. You can't because of that. And it's you are being controlled by your circumstances, your situations, your problems, right? And then maybe you tap into a little bit of personal development or spiritual development, and you begin to realize that you have a little bit of power, that you are the creator of your being, and that you have created almost everything. In fact, I want to say everything. It's a little bit of a trigger for people when I say that. But don't worry if you're like, I did not create this life and I would never have wanted, half the things that are going on. Trust me, believe me, you can change this. So when you're in the first level of awareness or in the first stage of awareness, you might feel like the universe is bending you. The universe is twisting you or torturing you, right? And then, like I said, you tap into some personal development, you start to learn a few tools, you start learning how to change that, you start to shift that, you begin to bend the universe back to what you would, the life that you would love to live. And this one is, you begin to create it. You begin to create your life using the tools that you have through your personal development or spiritual development. And you still hit some bumps in the road because you're still working out some of the stuff. You start going into deep dives into like the old energy, the dark energy. People call it the shadow self, or just, the core wounds, which are, abandonment, rejection, disappointment, I'm not enough. And you begin to heal those a little bit in the second level of awareness, right? Where you begin to surrender also. You aren't feeling compelled to work really hard. You begin to surrender to the flow, right? Then you move into the third level of awareness, or the third stage of awareness, and that is when the universe begins to work through you. And you've done some more meditation, you've done more spiritual and personal development, you have your tools, you've worked through the tools, you've really done some good work in clearing anything that isn't serving you anymore. That can be people, it can be things, it can be, getting a new job or shifting your lifestyle, whatever it might be, through meditation. And then what happens is the universe starts working through you. So like for myself this morning, I woke up and I had 1, 2, 3 images pop in my mind. And now I have enough work to keep me busy through the middle of summer. And they were just 3 images or thoughts or feelings that came to me, and I knew that's what I'm supposed to do. The universe starts to move through you. It comes in, it drops in a download, and you go and you move forward and you do it, right? So that's also when things really start slowing down. You start choosing to go for walks in nature. Those things become very important to you. Your meditation becomes very important. You start to enjoy your life so much more. You stop that forward, forceful, trying to make things happen, work harder to make more money kind of energy, and you settle into yourself. Your nervous system calms down. Your whole life begins to soften. It actually becomes a place where you kind of don't have any, I don't want to say energy. Everything just sort of relaxes. So it's like, it feels so good that you feel like you don't need to do much anymore. You don't have the desires or the need for things. Everything just is pleasantly provided whenever you need it. And then The fourth stage of evolution or of awareness is when the universe starts you. This is when you really start bending the universe. So in stage 3, you're bending, but you're also, taking this time to relax, like you've just been through the ringer, right? So now you're beginning to relax and you begin to do things and the synchronicities, the magic, all begin to start taking place. When you step into the fourth stage of awareness or development or whatever you want to call it, the universe begins to use you through you as you. You are an extension of the universe. The universe is always seeking greater expansion, and it's moving through you as you. This is when you begin to bend the universe, and when things start coming to you much faster, much more synchronicity, where you start to reach thousands or millions and billions of people on the planet. And this is when you've bent the universe, right? So now most of us toggle, or I should say for myself, because we're all sometimes all different. We toggle through all of them, so don't feel bad. But you do get to a point where you toggle between the universe moving through you and then as you, right? And then you don't have at either the first stage or the second stage at all to deal with. That's the drama, the old storylines, the people that are pulling you in different directions or making you feel bad, or kind of being just in all of your problems, your circumstances, and your conditions. When you step far enough out of that and you surrender enough and allow the universe, you know how to move and bend, right? You learn the tools, you use them, and then it becomes as you. So wherever you are in your level of evolution, you can begin from right where you are to bend the universe, right? So if you haven't had any personal or spiritual development, find somebody. I have programs. I have a spiritual advancement program. And please go to my website, thehighfrequencychannel.com, and book yourself a free breakthrough call. And let's talk. Let's get you to have a breakthrough, right? See if we can move you up a level. And if you're a fit for my coaching program, that's fabulous. We register you. If you're not, we don't worry about it. You've had a breakthrough. I would love to hear from you. Go to my page, my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. And I do free live readings there often. So almost every day, and I would love to have you there. Love to do free readings for you there. Please get a hold of me, and I am ready for my caller. I think we have
Hello.
Nikki. Hi, Nikki.
Hi.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Tell me what's going on.
Not much. I've been working a lot.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like you're overworked?
I could definitely say I'm spread a little thin.
Okay. So is that what you want to talk about, or is there something more pressing for you?
I would like to talk about my daughter.
Okay.
I've been going through a bit of a custody issue with her, and concerned that things might get worse. And
okay. So can you brief me on where you are with everything? Like, where is this? What?
She currently lives with her dad, and he and I's relationship is
deteriorated over the years. He's been a big factor of stress and heartache, and this continues to go down that road. And we're just constantly in and out of court. Right now, I don't get to see her very much. And we're getting ready to go back into court. I'm hoping to be able to see her more.
Do you have good legal support?
Not entirely. I do have legal support. I'm not sure how great it is.
Okay. Is he lying?
Yes.
Okay. Can we say he's a narcissist?
Very much so, definitely.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. So that's a lot. What I would like to offer you, because they, first of all, narcissists they're very fractured souls. They will lie and cheat, and you really almost don't ever know what you're going to get, right?
Yeah.
Like they've come out of nowhere with something brand new that they've never done before. So first I want to kind of lift your awareness a little bit to that factor that the people that are narcissists are truly, really fractured and I don't even want to say sad. They're like broken souls almost. So if you can come from a place of, I know, compassion for someone who has to live on the planet like that to get his way and be like that.
Right.
Can you imagine, and I know that you can feel it, what he's feeling inside of himself?
Yeah, and that's something that I've been working on a lot very recently, trying to put my personal sadness and anger about it aside.
For your daughter.
Right, yeah, and everything that she's going through because of what he's doing, and knowing that he has to be really broken to be doing any of this.
Yeah.
So I've been really trying to look at him in a more compassionate way.
Great. So I want you to keep that up. But I also are you afraid to get a good lawyer for money purposes, or?
Yeah, I just don't have the financial means to do it.
Let's do a little dream building right now. Are you ready?
Okay.
What if money wasn't a factor? Let's pretend like money's not a factor. What if, see, sometimes we forget that the universe is infinite. What if there's a lawyer out there that's fantastic, that wants to help you, that can work with your budget, or maybe do pro bono or something like that? Just what if?
Yeah.
What if? Let's go to that place in the universe where that exists. How does that make you feel that right now we can allow for someone more amazing that can help you to come to your support?
Relieved.
Okay, good. I want you to hold on to that relief. I want you to hold on to the infinite side of our nature, that infinite intelligence is always working. So what would it look like if you had better representation?
that the court wouldn't even hear the lies.
Yeah. Maybe
that my daughter would have fairness.
Yeah. She would ask you the questions that you need to be asked in order to give the information that would, change the situation. Somebody who maybe has worked with narcissists before. So we're kind of, what we're doing right now is we're making a dream bubble, and we're just kind of going to let the universe nourish that for you. Okay. And then the next question that I want to ask you, because we're going to put it all together, is I want you to imagine what it would be like, or wait, first of all, are you documenting everything? I mean, everything. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have all, and is your lawyer helping you with that or no? I mean, kind of.
No.
Okay. So what we need to manifest for you is new representation. Someone who is someone powerful that's not going to allow that to happen. And you feel that relief, right? Of that person coming in. Okay. So we don't know what that person looks like, or, who, if they're male or female, it doesn't matter. What I want you to do is I want you to trust in the infinite side. So I want you to ask for it. I ask for it out loud right now, over the air, into the universe, all over the world. Say, I want I want awesome representation.
I want awesome representation.
I deserve awesome representation.
I deserve awesome representation.
Your daughter deserves awesome representation.
My daughter deserves awesome representation.
Yeah. So that one, I think that one is the one that has the most emotion around it. I want you to just, I want you to take a breath, and I want you to relax, and I want you to spend your time not worrying about what is going wrong. And I want you to start using your imagination to visualize and daydream how it would feel, what it would look like if everything was working out the way it was supposed to be. I know that's so hard. It's like, oh my God. Because and you have to just keep at this.
Okay.
Be open to allowing the universe to provide you. See, here's the thing. I want you to, do you meditate?
Not really.
Okay. Can you start doing a little meditation for me?
Yeah.
What I would like for you to do is to meditate, because the universe is going to start downloading some information to you. And it may not happen while you're in meditation. It might be like on your way to work, or while you're at work, all of a sudden, boom, it says, call this person. And you're like, why should I call them? I haven't talked to them in 3 years. And then call them. They may have somebody, right? They may have somebody that would help you. Did you get what I'm saying? So you're in that synchronicity. Yeah. You're in the higher vibration of receiving better representation. And then, like I said, I want you to stay in that higher vibration of imagining your daughter coming home, hugging her, setting up her room, the judge, hitting his hammer and saying, and so it is, with her mother. I want you to start using your imagination. Your imagination is your most powerful mental tool that you have, right? We don't have, fangs that have, venom coming out of them. We don't have sharp jaws. We don't run 75 miles an hour. We have our mind. And I don't know if you were able to listen to what I was talking about earlier on the show, but I want you to bend the universe. You're going to bend the universe in your direction by clearing out your doubt, your fear. I want you to stand your ground. I want you to put your feet down and stand your ground. and over again, like the mama bear that you are going to do everything that you can to get your daughter back. I want you to raise your vibration in empowerment. Do you do any personal development?
Yeah.
You do? Okay. How is that working for you?
It's been working really well. I think that it's been helping tremendously.
Good. Okay. So I want you to keep going down that road as well.
Okay.
But like I said, be open to the infinite of the universe and allowing this random person that's going to take your lawsuit or whatever, your custody case to the next level, and just shut him out, shut him down, and be done. I want you to envision that.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
How do you feel?
Amazing.
What's that?
Amazing.
Okay. Are you sure? I mean, I can feel a little bit. You're a little nervous. You're a little scared. But the more that you can do this, the more that you're going to be on the frequency of getting your daughter back. So the lower frequencies of doubt and worry are going to keep this going longer. Start saying, universe, damn it, she is mine and she needs to be protected. Right?
Yeah.
You got that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I want you to do. They're gonna shut us down in any second. Please go to my channel, like my page, and please contact me. I would love to keep in touch with you and know what happens and help support you. You can private message me. We can carry on this conversation a little bit more free of charge. And I wish you so much luck with this and empowerment. You're going to do it. You're going to do it. I know you're going to do it. Okay. I know. I believe in you.
Thank you.
I believe in you. Believe in my believing. Okay, my sweets.
I do. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Have a good night. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye, sweetheart.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks, you guys. This is the High Frequency Channel. I'm Rebecca Urich. Go to my page, thehighfrequencychannel.com, and book yourself a free breakthrough call, or go to my High Frequency Channel Facebook page where I go live almost every night with free readings. I would love to see you there. Have a beautiful night. Namaste.
Hi, I'm Asia, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening